I'm sitting in for the mayor for a few minutes as she's over at the Idaho Center for Back the Blue. I think she's introducing the governor, so we'll give her grace and allow her to do that. So if you would, Reverend Berkowitz, where are you at? You can come forward. We'll go ahead and open up with the invocation and then Pledge of Allegiance, if you'd like to lead that for us as well.
Please join me in prayer. God of life, we pray for hope. Make us trust in better futures. Make us open to new life and new ways of living. We hold on to hope because the one who promises is faithful. You've promised us life. You've promised us peace. You've promised us righteousness. We thank you, God, that we have a foretaste of these promises in the Holy Spirit who dwells within us. Help us to walk in the ways that lead to life, peace, and righteousness. Give us hearts that break for the poor, the weak, and the outcast. There is no sphere of life where you, Jesus, are not Lord. So in every area of life, in personal affairs to public conduct, as members of families, cities, states, and nations, give us obedience to the teachings of Jesus. Let us be found to have done justice, clothed the naked, fed the hungry, in those areas of life as well. Without your help, Jesus, this would be impossible for us. But by your death and resurrection, by offering yourself to us and for us, you've given us the power to walk in that light. Let us love our neighbor, following the example of Jesus, who did not cling to what was his by right, but made himself a slave to bring life to us all. Thank you, Lord, and we praise your name, Jesus. Amen.
Amen.
Will you join me in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Reverend.
Thank you.
Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Here.
Bruner?
Here.
Mucci? Here. Levi?
Present.
Haverfield?
Here.
Bauer?
Here.
Okay, as we get in to this, are there any proposed amendments to the agenda anyone's aware of? Okay. I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda then as proposed.
So move.
Second.
Moved in second. Any questions? Okay, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Bruner?
Yes.
Okay, we have three proclamations this evening. We'll start out with the first one, which is the National Pregnancy and Infant Loss Awareness Month. And I understand that Councilman Levi, who's not here but is online with us, and Randy Jackson. Randy, are you here? Oh, okay. If you could come forward, I'll go ahead and read the proclamation on behalf of the mayor. And then if you would like to say anything, that would be great. In 1988, President Ronald Reagan proclaimed October as National Pregnancy and Infant Loss Awareness Month. And whereas churches, ministries, and other nonprofit organizations comfort grieving parents who have experienced the death of a child during pregnancy through early childhood, and whereas many of these parents live in, deliver in, and have children die in or bury a child in our community, and David's Hope Pregnancy Loss Ministry was founded to support parents whose child or children died from miscarriage, ectopic, is that correct?
Ectopic.
Pregnancy, molar pregnancy, stillbirth, neonatal death, sudden unexplained death of a child, sudden infant death syndrome, birth defects, illness, accident, and all other types of infant and early childhood death. And whereas bereaved parents around the world remember their children annually on October the 15th with a candle lighting at 7 p.m., some will remember their child or children in their homes, while others will remember them in small gatherings around the state, across the nation, and around the world. And whereas this remembrance and awareness would unify these parents and the community in tribute to their children, and whereas, in honor of the thousands of children that die each year in Idaho, David's Hope Pregnancy Loss Ministry requests October 15, 2020, be recognized as Pregnancy Infant Loss Remembrance Day. Now therefore, Debbie Kling, Mayor of the City of Nampa, Idaho, do hereby proclaim October the 20th as National Pregnancy and Infant Loss Awareness Month. So is there anything you could share with us then on behalf of David's Hope?
David's Hope is a national, we serve nationally, but we're located here in Nampa. We're in 8 different countries. And we're really thankful that the city of Nampa recognizes pregnancy and infant loss as it affects a lot of people. It affects 1 in 4 for miscarriages and 1 in 6 up to stillbirth and early infant death. So this is a community thing. A lot of people think about pregnancy loss as a woman's issue. This is a family issue, and it's a community issue as it affects whole families and communities. And so we're very, very grateful that you guys were willing to do this proclamation and recognize those, and that you stand with the mourning and the bereaved part of the community, that you stand there with them in solidarity. We appreciate that very much.
Well, thank you for coming this evening and speaking to us. And if I can, I'd like to give you this on behalf of the mayor. But thank you for all you do for the community.
Thanks.
Councilwoman Levi, anything you'd like to share as well?
Thank you, Chairman Haverfield. It really blesses my heart to know that David's Hope Ministry is in Nampa and to see the strides that we've had in
just the last 2 years. You know, everything has been perfectly orchestrated and all the right players are in the right places. And as I think about how there's been such a focus in our country on mental health, part of that mental health is allowing the grieving period to happen. And I personally lost a little one in miscarriage. And I know many people that have over the past 30 some years. I've talked to people that were in their 80s that had lost a baby, but they had to keep it hush hush or secret because they were afraid to say anything for fear what others would think, or because people would make them think it was their fault. And I really am saddened when I think about that, because this is something they've been holding in and they haven't been able to start the grieving process to be healthy. So I just really want to thank people like the Jacksons and David's Hope, and thank you to President Ronald Reagan that he recognized the importance of this issue clear back in 1988. And thank you for allowing me time, Councilman Haverfield.
Thank you. Our second proclamation this evening is National Domestic Violence Awareness Month. And I understand Jeannie Strohmeyer is here. Jeannie, if you can come forward. And Kim Dugan, if you can, no? I see her head shaking her head, no, but she's listed here to, okay. So you'll be able to speak on behalf of it. Let me go ahead and read the proclamation, if you would let me. And again, this is on behalf of Debbie Kling, our mayor. Whereas domestic violence impacts women, men, and children of every age, background, and belief, and whereas nearly 1 in 4 women and 1 in 7 men in the United States have suffered severe physical violence by an intimate partner, victims are deprived of their autonomy, liberty, and security and face tremendous threats to their health and safety. And whereas since November 2005, the Nampa Family Justice Center has served 36,383 adults and 14,787 children suffering from family violence, and each year there are more served than the previous. And whereas the Nampa Family Justice Center, one of the original 15 centers funded by the President's Family Justice Center Initiative of 2003, continues to mold its programming and services to provide the best services in one location for clients and help them successfully maneuver through the justice system. And whereas we celebrate partnerships with advocates against family violence, local law enforcement agencies, and hospitals to further enhance services for sexual assault clients, and whereas the Nampa Family Justice Center rightfully prides itself on the strong partnerships it has created within the community and in collaboration between government and nonprofit organizations to provide coordinated services to men, women, and children suffering from family violence. And whereas it is fitting for the Nampa Family Justice Center to celebrate its 15th anniversary 1 month early to coincide with the National Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Now hereby proclaim October the 20th as National Domestic Violence Awareness Month. So, if you could share with us a little bit, thank you so much for coming this evening.
Thank you so much for inviting me to come. I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you for the council members. Thank you to the mayor. Thank you to the great city of Nampa. The work that's being done at the Family Justice Center is so essential to this community, and because of the support, we can be here. Our mission is to promote safety, self-sufficiency, hope, and healing in our community to the victims of abuse. And I just would like to tell you a really quick story about one of the many people that we served. In 2014, we served a young lady named Rachel. And Rachel came into our center. She walked in and she said, "I'm just here, I want information, and that's all I want to do." So I took her back into one of the rooms and we talked. And she said, "I don't want to say anything, I don't want to do anything, I just want to know what you can help me do." And so what we did was I provide information. I talked to her about domestic violence. Even though people are going through domestic violence, a lot of times they're not aware that that's what that is. So I was able to share that information, to share our resources with her, and she said thank you, and she left. I invited her to come back anytime she wanted to do so, and she did the next week. The next week she came back, and she said, "I have to do something now." Something happened over the weekend. She proceeded to tell me about herself and her children who were being abused. So she said, "I'm ready to move forward. I'm ready to get some help." So that's what we did. And I want to just share you with some of the things that we were able to help Rachel do. But also she shared with me that she really wanted to go to college. That was something she always wanted to do and she never had opportunity to do. She wanted to be a nurse. And so at that point, she had not taken any classes at that point. And so what we were able to do is sit down and talk with her and see all the things that she wanted help with. And some of the things that we did with her were these. And let me just mention, we served her for over a 5-year period. We helped her with a physical safety plan, an exit plan to make sure she was safe and her children were safe. We helped her to access the police report, to make a police report. With a protection order, she was able to get legal representations from our legal aid attorneys in our building for divorce and custody, and she actually was able to get full custody of her children. We helped her with emergency shelter. She actually went to Hope Store, so AAFV helped tremendously as well. We helped her with clothing, with food, with eye care, with Christmas gifts, with permanent housing, and many other services. At the Family Justice Center, we look at a person in a holistic way. We know that there's so many needs encapsulated in these dynamics. So what I'm so excited to say is last year, in May, she called and she let us know that she was graduating with her RN. And what a privilege and how exciting it was for us to know that we were part of her journey. And we being our community, we being the city council and the mayor and our city that was supporting her. And what a privilege. And that's what we love to do. And we have many stories like that, and I just want to share the one today. So thank you, thank you. We are making a difference here. Yeah.
Thank you, Jeannie, for all you do for our community. Here are 2 copies of the proclamation, one for you and your cohort that wouldn't come up. So, Kim. Thanks again. Okay, bear with me. I have one more proclamation this evening. And it's Pastor Appreciation Month. This is just an acknowledgement of all our local pastors that we'd like to share this evening. Whereas, in the city of Nampa, the influence of pastors and their families have been a foundation since our inception and is vital to our unity and strength as a community. By safeguarding the spiritual well-being of their congregations and our community, they inspire people to rise up in service to one another, providing support and assistance to critical areas of community need. And whereas pastors face the exceptional pressure to be constantly available for teaching, answers, counseling, comfort, assistance, and prayer, whereas whether it's organizing leading community service projects, mentoring youth, encouraging those in need of comfort, or a host of other support services, pastors invest themselves in service to our community. And whereas it is then appropriate and fitting for the Nampa community to recognize and affirm the significant contributions that pastors provide our city and community. Now therefore, Debbie Kling, Mayor of the City of Nampa, Idaho, do hereby proclaim October 20th, 2020 as National Pastors Appreciation Month. So this will stay in the mayor's office. All right. Thank you for allowing me to stumble through those three proclamations. Our next item on the agenda is Nampa residents wishing to speak on an agenda or non-agenda item. Comments related to zoning and land use matters may only be made during properly noticed public hearings. I understand that we have a pretty good assembly of our fire department here tonight to help us with Chris King, if you could come forward. Thank you. And it's a citizen appreciation honor you're going to share with us.
Council, good evening, residents. Actually, Councilman Haverfield, this is actually a recognition of one of our members who was actually off duty. So, firefighter Greg Cobb and his family on September 4th were at their community pool in Middleton and had an amazing opportunity to show up. And so, real quick, before I get too far into the story, last week, as some of you know, we were doing our leadership class. And one thing that we profess and we talked about over the week was your moments to show up. And so firefighter Cobb and his family, unbeknownst to them with the crowd of people, had an opportunity to show up. And so on September 4th, Greg and his family were there, plenty of people in their community pool, and somebody cries out for help. And unbeknownst to them, a young woman, a young girl, with her mother were there at the pool. 7-year-old daughter was found at the bottom of the pool. She had drowned. And by the time they had got her out, Greg met the family and people there at the pool that had pulled her out. She was pulseless, not breathing. And so he did what we train to do every given day, but with the utmost in response time. You guys all heard the response time thing lately, but he had the quickest response time available. He was there when she was pulled out of the pool. And he had the moment to initiate CPR. Other people were initiating the chain of life, which is call 911 and get EMS en route. Prior to their arrival, he actually was able to regain pulses and breathing for the young woman. And her family were changed forever. And so prior to the EMS arrival, she was actually back to alert and oriented and was transported and later released in with outcome of full recovery. So with that opportunity, I'd like to invite Greg and his family if she would like to come up. For us, it's the letter of commendation. I mean, he went above and beyond his calling that day, some by choice and some by divine intervention. He had the opportunity to show up. So, Greg, outstanding work. One thing that many of you guys may not know, all of us do, Greg is one of the most humble individuals you'll ever meet. So it was almost like I had to drag him here tonight. But I appreciate you guys showing up, and both then and tonight, for this opportunity to recognize. Thank you. Thanks, Greg.
Anybody taking pictures tonight?
Thank you guys for the opportunity. If you guys like the chance.
May I get a picture?
Absolutely.
Okay. Sorry, they were just asking if anybody's taking pictures. We're used to
I gotta
Amy
throw my
being
mask
here.
back on. Sorry,
no.
Greg.
That little guy, we got to get a picture of him.
Oh, your dad's Batman. Yeah. So cool.
All right, thanks.
Congrats.
Rick's
You can send it.
Rick,
So I'm filling in for Amy.
Oh, his would be better.
Beautiful picture. All right. Maybe let me try to get the perfect panoramic background with all the crew. All right. Very good.
Congratulations.
Any comments or anything, guys, before we kick them loose?
Seconds matter, and that literally saved that little girl's life.
So how long have you been a firefighter now?
13 years.
Okay,
13 years in the valley, but here with Nampa just 2 years.
2 years. Well, thanks for getting to the best fire department. Well, good for you. Keep doing that, Chief.
Thanks.
Thank you again. Appreciate your service to our community, all of you.
Thanks, guys. And you ladies, if there's one out there.
Thought I heard something. Okay, as far as our comment period, for those that might want to speak, I understand there's only one signed up, and that's a former Councilman Skog, but is he here somewhere?
Yeah, he's in right there.
Oh, okay. Are you wanting to speak now or during the actual item that's on our agenda?
I'd like to read it.
Pardon?
I'll speak now.
Okay, come on up. You got 3 minutes.
I'll wait for that.
Oh, okay. All right. And there are two others that are signed up, but neither one want to speak. So is anyone else here willing or wanting to speak on this is your time, if you have something you want to share with the council? Okay. All right, on to mayor and council comments. Today marks a solemn anniversary for Nampa's law enforcement community, as October 5th, 1931 marks the end of watch for Officer Hugh Nichols. He was fatally shot when he surprised a burglar at the Ford garage. The suspect was never located. The city of Nampa remembers Officer Hugh Nichols each year and named our public safety building in his honor. Again, it's a thin blue line that protects us, and we do appreciate our emergency providers, law enforcement especially, because the firemen wouldn't come into a scene if they didn't have police protection. I know that to be true. All right. Also, today is Valley Regional Transit launched a new on-demand service through an app called VRT On Demand. It's an Uber-style approach to public transit service with select pickup and drop-off locations. They are asking for feedback as they work out the bugs, but we're excited for the new alternative transportation in our community. We will be hearing an update at the October 9th council meeting. If you can go to the VRT website for more information if you want it. Is there any other comments by council? Okay, then we'll move on to agency and community commission reports, and I see that there aren't any, so that's true. Staff communications, none. You guys don't want to share anything with us tonight? It's your opportunity. No?
I think we're
All
just
right.
waiting for Bruce Dog to get over here.
Well, let's just put him at the end of the hearing tonight. It's one of the things I can do when I'm pretending up here.
Don't do that. He'll charge us law and legal fees. So.
Okay, then on to new business. Item 5.1 is an action item. We aren't at 7, so we'll go ahead and go into our new business items. This is an action item to authorize the mayor to sign a memorandum of understanding between the Nampa School District and the city to meet Nampa's National Pollutant Discharge and Elimination System, NPDES, stormwater program permit requirements for public education and outreach. This was approved in the fiscal year 21 budget and is approved by legal. So it says Tom's going to speak to us, but I guess you are, Nate. Okay. Or if there's somebody else that you want to introduce, it's up to you.
Councilmen and councilors, good evening, and thank you. Yeah, the boss gave me permission tonight.
Oh, okay.
I'm out of the dungeon into the real world, back in the chambers.
Glad to hear it.
He hasn't found a razor yet.
So,
No.
as exciting as that introduction is, this program is more exciting. This program was the major stepping stone for Nampa's stormwater compliance back in 2009 when Nampa got a stormwater permit. You know, we couldn't afford to buy staff. We had Cheryl Jenkins that ran the program, but she was able to work with the school district and build this up to where Nampa's outreach program is recognized by regionally, and the regional EPA takes projects and education projects that we do here with our community back to Washington, D.C. and other communities. So where we are is we're just completed the 8th year of partnering with Nampa School District. It's also a chance for Evan Jenkins back here, if you can see Evan back there. He brought along our newest community outreach assistant, Amy Reynolds, who just came on just the end of last month. She's a College of Idaho grad, a Nampa citizen. Bachelor of Science in Environmental Studies, got a master's degree in planning and graphical information design for educational materials. So we're very excited about that. Before we get to the decision on moving forward with this 5 more years, this is a 5-year agreement, but there is an addendum to the agreement that allows it to be bifurcated after 1 year. Is that how would you say that, Doug?
It's a non-appropriation addendum to simply make sure that the agreement is constitutional, even though it spans a period beyond the current fiscal year.
Thank you, Doug. So with that, I'd like to introduce Heidi Marshall. Marshall. Oh, come, please. So Heidi's gonna, Heidi's our science educator at East Valley Middle School, and she's the main energy behind this program, and she's got a presentation to show you all of the good work the school district's been doing. And welcome, Heidi.
Hi. Thanks for inviting me to come and speak to you. I just really wanted to come and share some of the awesome things that we've been able to do over the last 5 years. I've been kind of like the lead district person for this for about 2 years, and even before that, kind of to a lesser degree. And so I've really enjoyed being part of the program and love the partnership that we have with the city, and the rest of the people on the team love it too. Some of the things that we do, we have a district website which gives a face to the partnership. And so I don't know that I can click on it, but if you'd like to view it, you can go to our.
Can we try?
Yeah, go ahead. You should be able to. My links are usually good. I got this. Yeah. And so you can see partnership between the City of Nampa and the Nampa School District to promote awareness and importance of clean waterways with an emphasis on pollution control. So this is kind of our hub for teachers, so they can access request forms, elementary, middle school, and high school lesson plans that we've put together. We have a resources page. If we're having any events, then we have a calendar that teachers can access in order to understand the events that we're putting on. You're okay.
Go back to our presentation.
Yeah, there we go. Alrighty. So we also send out a newsletter to our elementary teachers every month. So it gives things like possible field trips that they can take the kids on, and of course our contact information. We give them a chance to enter a survey, and so part of the money goes to providing supplies and resources to teach water education in the classroom. So we've given away things like, let's see, right here. So we've given away things like huge book sets. We've purchased little booklets. We've given document cameras, microscopes, all kinds of things through the surveys, and also through just monies to provide to teachers in order to teach water lessons that help our cause. So we also provide digital flyers, so like when Project What's coming around and different things that can get teachers engaged and hopefully interested in water education, and then providing those lesson plans to their students. So we send out digital flyers. One of our big things is we participate in Community Cleanup Day. I love getting the kids outside on Community Cleanup Day and see kids picking up trash and doing good and understanding the idea of storm drains, and so they can hopefully take that home to their families and have families be more aware of our waterways and our wastewater. We do a huge event in the spring called Walk on the Wet Side, Water Ed Days. We bring in community partnerships, so we've partnered with the DEQ, we've partnered with Idaho Power, the stormwater team comes and gives presentations. We filter elementary kids through that program, so we did it last year on 2 Fridays. We were able to reach about 1,000 students on wastewater education. So you'll see there the Idaho Power was there. We also have high school students from environmental clubs that also do presentations to the kids. So we have kids teaching kids about the importance of wastewater and protecting our water resources. You guys have any questions?
Mr. President, if I can have a question. So about how many hours of curriculum? I realize these are different age groups, so that'll fluctuate, but like teacher to student, how many hours of this type of curriculum actually is taught?
So we try really hard to link it to standards. So we just went through a huge state standard revision. And so now we're starting to teach the NGSS standards. And so we're really working, actually, the last couple of years, we've been working on finding lessons and everything to meet our new NGSS standards. I would say probably within the year in classes, maybe 20 hours, 25 hours, somewhere in there.
Okay.
We try, so this year, we added something new to the, I guess I get the legal jargon messed up. So to the scope of the work, one of the things that we're trying to do is to encourage high schools and middle schools to have environmental clubs. So we can hopefully reach more students that way, rather than just reaching them in the classroom, actually reaching them out of the classroom. And so we've set a portion of the money aside to start those environmental clubs. I work at East Valley. We had one last year, and I know Nampa High has one, and we know that there's some other pockets of environmental clubs. And we're going to try to partner with them in order to get more lessons out there.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chair.
Sure.
What is the response from the kids?
Oh, the kids love it. Well, especially like the environmental, the high school kids, when they teach the little kids, they love it. And the kids that are coming through, especially on Water Ed Day, I mean, we have to turn teachers away. I mean, we ran 4 schools on both days, and it was actually hard. We were like, I'm so sorry, maybe I can catch you next year, you know. But to reach that many schools and that many students, is even just on that day, is amazing. And they have these little booklets that we make for them, so when they go around to each station, it's like, what did I see, what did I hear? They draw pictures in their little books, and we get the teachers on board, and it's really fun. It's an awesome experience.
And Heidi, did you say your focus is on 4th and 5th graders?
Oh, at the elementary level, it's 4th and 5th grade, and that's really just where our school district has focused science education. It's really hard in the younger ages because there's such an emphasis on math and language arts and getting those kids to the point where they can be literate in both of those subjects, that sometimes it's difficult for them to squeeze the science in. And then at 4th and 5th grade, we actually have standards that are I don't want to say mandated, but heavily encouraged that teachers meet those standards at the 4th and 5th grade.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Any other questions for Heidi?
I just have a question for Nate, if I could, real
Okay.
quick.
Thank you, Heidi.
Thank you so very
Thank
much.
you.
Nate, I realize there's another action item in our packet. I see Brown Caldwell is spending about $11,000 on education. Is any of that going to this program?
So, Councilman Brunner, Brown and Caldwell is supporting in the city's development of some of the broader education program.
Okay.
This program is primarily the city providing resources to the school district to develop their own program.
Okay, so we do not have an added cost to Brown and Caldwell for this specific program.
Correct, that is correct.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Go ahead.
No.
Anything you want to say, Nate?
Just to add, so thank you, Heidi, for giving the overview there, and just to summarize, so this is a $25,000 commitment for this fiscal year, and then it has, the MOU is for 5 years, and 20,000 of that is a stipend for teachers, and 5,000 of that is for supplies for their education opportunities. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman Haverfield, I have a
Yes.
question. So Nate, what is an Napa school district paying?
Counselor, I, other than all their time and dedicated resources and willingness to use their facilities, I don't know if Heidi would like to add any. I mean, I think what they're doing is they're making a program possible that wouldn't happen without them.
The reason I say it, because it says 50% that we will be paying, so I wonder what's,
Just part of the year is 50%.
okay.
And you have 20%.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah, Counselor, so that is, we will not, we pay over the 4 quarters of the year, and the 50% is the initial to get them started, and then over the next 3 quarters, they make.
Okay, I
next-
misread it then, thank you. Chairman Hamilfield, I'll make a motion if we're ready to make a motion.
Thank you, Nate.
To approve the MOU for, between the Napa School District and the City of Napa for the National Pollutant Discharge and Elimination System.
Second.
Any further discussion? Roll call?
Brunner,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Coverfield,
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
Mucci,
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
All right. This doesn't have a number to it, but I guess. Okay. Let's just draw this out a little bit longer since Bruce Skog's here to speak on the topic.
There is a seat in the front row, Bruce.
Yeah.
Right up here in the middle.
Okay, this is an action item to request Napa City Council to take action and uphold or overturn the Forestry Division's decision to deny Canyon Outdoor Media's request to remove right-of-way trees on the Karcher Overpass. So if he does come up, it's not a public hearing, so he can speak at this point. Okay, Mr. Skog, where'd you go? If you would like to come forward, I'll give you 3 minutes to give us your attorney spiel. Start the clock.
You know,
No.
next month is Attorney Appreciation Month. I want to see a proclamation from the city for that. Mr. President, fellow council members, thank you for hearing this appeal. The way it's written is not really how we're presenting tonight. It's not a matter of taking down the trees or not. My client's sign, Canyon Outdoor Media, it was put up before these trees were put up, when the overpass was built. These trees have grown up in the way of this sign. By the way, the forester has been very good to work with us on 3 other signs, trim things up. He allowed us in one position to take out large trees and put in smaller trees. That's a solution we're looking for here tonight. You cannot see this sign, and it brings in a lot of money when it's working, but it's like a storefront any one of us may have as a business person. And if people can't see the sign, they won't come into our business. Where here, well, if people can't see the sign, they're not going to advertise on it. And that's hurting my client significantly every month to the tune of at least $5,000 a month. And he's starting to have to give charity on the sign. I took pictures today because the pictures that were submitted some time ago aren't even adequate for how the trees have grown. I was going to use that old Elmo that we used to have, but it's gone. You guys have made so many changes. May I present these to Counselor? Who do I hand these to?
Do we have any, well, I guess you have to hand them to our clerk then,
I'd like
if we don't have an overhead.
No.
We just pass them down.
So you'll have to be able to speak in such a way that everybody can understand what's on the picture, so.
All right. Keep in mind, my client pays taxes for these signs to the city for property tax, and he is losing a lot of money. And that's why we're here today. We respect our forester, but on this one we disagree. You either favor the businesses or the trees, or I hope tonight you'll favor both. Because my client's willing to take down 4 trees, put up 8 anywhere in the city, or put smaller trees here. Now, one of those pictures that I'm showing you is number 3. It's the tree sizes. One of the reasons we're denied is because they want a uniform entrance to the city that looks good. And I'm all for that, so is my client. But those trees are of all different sizes. One not in the picture is half dead. It's going to have to come down, I imagine. I'm not an expert. But there's from 10 feet to 40 feet, in my estimate, as I looked out there today. So it's not a straight line of tall, big trees. Those that are growing best are those that are blocking my client's sign for view. And then another one of those just shows the different blockage of today. I couldn't drive and take pictures with my camera because that's against the law now as I was driving today. So I had to take those from the sidewalk. But really, any direction you go, you will not see a full view of that sign at any time as a driver. And so we need your help, City Council members. This is our last appeal as to you, the elected members, and as you'll recall, we passed an ordinance last year, I believe, that we could make this appeal, that people can make appeals on the sign ordinances, and that's what we're doing here tonight. I have a client representative here, Raymond Usog, wave, Ray, right here. He can vouch for any questions you may have that I cannot answer. So I'm not sure how you want me to proceed at this, but
Mr. President, I have a couple questions when you're.
Go ahead.
Number one, I'll be voting in favor of this appeal. Two things. You just said that the sign was up before the tree, so we have confirmation of that? Do we have, the arborist is not here, or?
this is my client, Raymond
Okay,
Usog.
I trust, so you had the sign up before the trees were planted?
Initially as a vinyl and converted it to digital in 2000 and May 2nd, 2011, it was converted to digital. The sign has been up there since 2007.
Okay, thank you. The other thing is, and maybe I can talk to you, sir, are you willing to pay for the smaller trees to be put in?
Yes, we are.
Okay, so, Mr. President, I'll be voting in favor of this appeal as long as those two things are understood.
Mr. Skog, I don't know how to pronounce, okay. Bruce,
Do you know his middle name?
are these trees in the road right-of-way? Or are they on your property?
They're on the road right away.
Okay. And did somebody say the forester's not here tonight to speak to this? Oh, okay.
I'll be here to speak.
Okay. Then I'll ask my further questions, more technical in nature, to him then. But thank you for coming forward.
Thank you. It's good to see you all
Yeah.
very much.
So Darren?
Yeah, good evening, President and council members tonight. And so, do want to just recap a little bit. Like Mr. Skog said, they did put in 4 permits. We were able to accommodate 3 of those permits, but for this particular area over on Karcher interchange, we looked and simply tried to come up with some ideas, but we're not able to come up with anything that would be long-term. And so it is true that Karcher, it is lined with trees. They're class 3 trees. They're sycamores. There are about 20 trees on each side of Karcher. Some of them are larger than others. Just due that we've lost a couple, had to replant. There's been some construction, on that overpass, so there's been some irrigation issues over the years. But the goal is for us to have a nice uniform entrance with trees into our city. As you know, over time, you can if there's a 10-year-old tree and then you plant a new tree, over time the newer one catches up and it will look more uniform. This is simply a beautification corridor into our city, not unlike Garrity, not unlike 11th and Franklin. If you remember, although it's been a while ago, when you look at the Garrity entrance, there was a time where the entryway in was a blighted area. It wasn't a good place to come into Nampa. There were stories that I've heard that they would say, come in through another exit. But since then, we've put a lot of landscaping into Garrity, and then we've identified other beautification corridors. And again, this is simply one of them. I think that why we want to uphold, why we're asking you to uphold this particular decision by our forester. And again, I'm not a forester. I'm not an expert on trees. I'm a cheerleader for beautification in our city. But Adam Mancini, he is here along with Cody. Adam is our forester, and he's a certified arborist. And so if you have any, want to get down into the details of trees, he can certainly answer those. But getting back to my point, there's probably no tree, or there's probably very few trees in our city from some point of view that isn't blocking a sign or something that wants to be seen. I think if you look at the Karcher overpass, you have to take a look at, there are other businesses on the west side. They could make the same argument that they would like their trees to be, or their signs to be seen too. And so it may move us to a decision tonight, may enact us to have to remove trees on that side as well. Putting in smaller trees, our arborist went out and did some measurement on the trees. He's done a measurement of each one, but I don't think we need to go into that. But the highest tree, they're about an average of about 18 feet right now, which even a class 1 tree is going to get 30 feet tall. So there's not a lot of options of putting really small trees there. If we did that, it would take away from the uniformity that we're trying to achieve. And then, addition to that, it's such a large space, the overpass. It just seems like it would be best to keep large trees there. We're concerned about businesses, but we like to take a look at all businesses in the city of Nampa, and we believe that having nice entryways is a benefit to all the businesses in Nampa, whether they're in a beautification corridor or not. I know Beth Enoch as the Economic Development Director. She has some interest in this topic, and she would like to just say a few words, if that's okay, President Haverfield.
But before you sit down, I'll just ask you, you've answered my question as far as the class 1 versus, you've said these are class 3 trees.
Correct.
So I guess that answered pretty much my question. In my experience, class 1 trees are what you use as far as in corridors like this because of overhead power lines, potential for conflicts there, and the height, obviously. The class 1 or class 3 trees are usually used for shade purposes in and behind parking lots. So I guess I would question why our corridor beautification plan would indicate class 3 when normally it's a class 1 height limit, which is in that 15 to 20 foot height.
I think the sycamore is classified as a common street tree, and so I don't think it's unusual. I don't believe there are any power lines that go over there, so that wasn't a concern.
Okay.
It was, all of us representing parks right now, it was, even myself, that overpass was being built just right as I came on to this position. And so I can't give the exact history on the selection of the trees, but just saying that we support having the trees there.
Okay. Darren, do you happen to know what the caliper of those trees are that are currently there?
Adam, can you give us a guess?
They average between 6 to 12 inch tall.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. President, this is more of a statement than anything else. You guys do such a wonderful job, by the way. But businesses have got to be protected, and that's why I asked my initial question, and Beth can maybe speak to this a little bit too. But if a business is already there and has signage there, we cannot hinder their business. And I am totally not in favor of that. So we got to figure out a way. Now, if the business comes in after the trees are up, that's their challenge. But as far as me personally, I'm not speaking for anyone else on this council, but I will never vote if we are going to hinder a business's business that's paying taxpayers' money and helps these citizens for their taxes to be a little lower. Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Darren. Beth?
Council members, thank you. As we were talking this morning, just recognizing the landscaping requirements, whether it's working with planning and zoning and drafting the ordinances or with the Parks Department, landscaping is an important tool in making sure that we have a livable community. And I can tell you, I certainly drive corridors before a business comes to town to see what the prettiest route is. It does certainly make a statement about our city and how livable we are and what our focuses are. And so I just wanted to share that having those beautiful corridors are really important. I think the biggest concern from staff at this point is the precedent setting. As Darren mentioned, there's a lot of signs throughout the community that have trees that may interrupt the visual impact of those signs. And we would hate to see kind of mass appeals coming before you to cut down trees in order to have all signage seen. So that's, I think, the biggest concern is that we preserve the beautification of our corridors and especially our entryways into the city, but try and find ways that we can work with the businesses that need it as well.
So Beth, does it matter to you the height of a tree?
Councilman, I think
From ground view, whether it's 16 to 20 foot tall versus a 30 to 40 foot tall.
I think what matters is the scale, right? I mean, if you're in a big area, you need a bigger tree to make it look good, right? It's like your living room. You're not going to put a giant couch in a tiny room. So I think it's that scale of where the space is and how it impacts it, right? Our downtown trees are smaller caliper trees because of the environment that they're in. Whereas the interchange is such a big area, I think it is important to have a bigger tree there.
Sure. And how many trees are we talking about here in this case?
I believe there was,
Thank you.
Councilman Haverfield, I believe they've asked to remove 4 trees. On the overpass, I think there's somewhere around 40 to 43 trees, somewhere in there.
So 4 is what are basically causing the issue for tonight's decision. Obviously, you're worried about precedent going forward, but 4 6 to 12 inch caliper trees is what we're talking about at this point.
Correct.
All right. I just wanted clarity for the council. Thank you.
President, can I have a question?
Yes.
Is there
Yeah.
any other companies with this type of a business, like a sign in this area? You talked about I know there's other businesses, but is there other, is there other boards on that corridor? Or is this?
Do you know? There's no other billboards on that corridor. No other billboards. There are businesses on the west side that may have signs, but the sign is associated with the business itself, I believe. I don't think there's a billboard.
Thank you.
Mr. President?
Go ahead. You got a question?
I do.
Okay. For who?
Jared, are you saying that even with a smaller tree planted over time, it's going to impede the sign?
Yeah, so, even if we planted a class 1 tree, even if it were a flowering tree, as it matured, it's going to get about the same size as the trees are right now. And so I guess that point would be is if you put a smaller tree in 7-8 years, as it starts to develop, you'd have to take that tree out because it will get most of the class street trees, they're going to get 25-30 feet. And that's about, these trees are probably just around, I think Adam measured them, somewhere around 18 to 25 feet, somewhere around in there.
Any other questions for Darren or Beth or anyone here? All right. Thank you, Darren.
Thank you, Council.
Mr. President, I'll make the motion here that we overturn the Forestry's Division decision to deny this request as long as whatever landscaping is decided best for that area, for the entry area, that the owner of this business, I'm sorry, I lost your last name. Yes. Usog. That Mr. Usog, as owner of this business, would go ahead and pay for whatever the landscaping is needed and also the labor for that.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. So for clarification, when you say, can you speak more to the replacement Are you looking for an equal caliper of trees to replace?
Whatever the city thinks is best, if those are trees or otherwise, then I'm not indicating it has to be trees, since I'm hearing from Darren and the arborist that knows these inside and out, that in 7-8 years, these are going to grow up to the same level, and we're going to be and I probably won't be dealing with it, but the council will be dealing with the same issue.
Well, I guess that's where the clarity I need. If you're not replacing trees for trees, what are you replacing them with?
Well, I'm not an arborist, so I don't know what's best for that landscaping area to work in there. So I'm leaving it up between the owner and our city arborist to go ahead and decide what is best.
Well, he could come back in with 6 to 12-inch caliper Class 3 trees as
Well,
being the answer.
If that's what they decide to do, I guess that's what they decide to do. I trust these guys inside and out. I'm just not going to limit a business's ability to make money. So,
And Councilman Bauer, did you understand the motion and your second as to what it was?
Yeah, I was under understanding they're going to replace trees somewhere else in the facility that won't obstruct the view.
Right.
So,
and that's fine with me if it doesn't
Yeah.
obstruct the view.
For me, to be able to support your motion, I need to, normally it'd be exchanging trees for trees. Whether you have a 6-inch caliper tree, that would be, say, 3 or 4 smaller Class 1 trees with 1.5-inch calipers, so it'd be a cluster in the same location where the tree is being taken out, not somewhere else in the city. So I was wondering if that's what your understanding was of the motion.
The arborist, I mean, that's fine if it's trees for trees. I'm being a little sarcastic here, but I got 31 trees between the two properties, and I cut down, I need you out there to help me out because I'm constantly, so I don't know what's best for type of tree or what's best. Sounds like President Haverfield, you do know about trees, so do we need to specify the caliber and so on?
They don't have a clear direction. It's just open.
Okay.
If you were saying to me, that motion's so wide open, I could come back in with the same caliper tree, the same height to meet the requirement. That's what you said. So I guess what I would ask for is clarification that it would be a Class 1 tree, not a Class 3. Class 1 limits the height.
Okay,
And it would be,
I am fine with that. I will trust your knowledge, and I will.
well, let me finish.
I will amend my motion.
You can recraft your motion if you choose to, but that they would be Class 1 trees of equal caliper of the ones being taken out. So if there are 4 trees being taken out, say they're all 12-inch caliper, there would be an equal caliper of trees put back in. That might be 20 trees of 1.5 to 2-inch caliper. Say 2-inch minimum caliper would be good. And that they would be Class 1 so that they'd be deciduous.
Mr. President, I don't want to keep going back and forth. Can I have the arborist come up, please? And you tell me what, if
Okay,
this
there's a
does
motion,
pass.
there's been a motion and a second.
So but it's not a public hearing, so I think
Right.
we're in discussion time.
Okay. I'll
So
give
I
you that
think
leeway.
we can hear. So what would be, if this motion passes, which you're probably not real happy with me on right now, but if it does pass, then what would you suggest these trees be replaced with?
Councilman Bruner, the availability would limit what we could replace it with. So in most cases, the nursery stock will only enable us to get a 2.5-inch to 3-inch caliper tree. And that's typical on any type of tree that we would plant. Anything larger than that would be very difficult to find and outsource. So the one thing I will enlighten you on is the way that corridor is landscaped. There is retaining walls built around each individual tree. And with what you're saying, there would be the limitation on how many trees we could put back without building that landscape, being that it is on a slope. It needs that retaining wall to retain the soil and the tree's root ball. So there's a bit of information that I wanted to enlighten you on.
And trimming back those trees is not an option?
We did. We
You
actually
already-
did last week, prior to the photos that were taken. We thinned them out and we trimmed them, did some maintenance on them, limbed them up a little bit so that there was potential some better visibility through and under the trees,
And you
which is
can't
what we
top-
did to
And
accommodate.
I know enough to know you can't top a tree or you
No,
have challenges.
absolutely not.
So, okay.
Well, if these are ground view, it's blocking it from ground view, it's not above, is it? These are all ground view
The photos? or the
Yeah, the
site?
ones that we saw were all ground view. Are there elevated views that we're trying to protect as well?
I actually have some current photos of the trees I took after they were pruned from the lane of traffic.
Okay.
It shows a different perspective, but I'd be willing to share those if you're interested.
If you have them, that'd be good, because what
okay.
we saw were not thinned.
Two different angles.
So process, I'm not sure if the council person back there is happy with the way that this is moving or not, but are they both the same?
Those photos show from different approximate distances of averaging from 250 feet all the way up to 100 feet of distance from the sign on two different angles going northbound and southbound on the Karcher overpass. Some show the trees obstructing the visibility of the sign. Some show that the sign is visible between the trees. It's kind of like Mr. Skog said, it really is a point of reference and your point on the travel.
The one picture, it appears that there's one tree that's really the problem tree. The others, now that they're thinned out, would not be as much of an issue. So we have a motion. Thank you.
Yes.
Unless there's any further questions for him.
I do.
Okay.
Okay, so as I going over this, I'm concerned about what we're going to get an influx of a lot of appeals on local businesses. And I know that your department and Darren's, the director, is trying to appease as much as you can, but this is going to just go crazy here soon, even though I do support all the businesses in any way we can, and I think you've done a fairly good job of that already. What is the cost that the city is going to waste by removing these trees? And what would be the cost to replace by Mr. Skog's client? 'Cause I don't think the city should pay for this.
Well, the motion was that the city wouldn't pay anything,
Okay, yeah, I just want to confirm that.
right?
Correct. That was, I think that would be, if there were an agreement made, I think that's what we would, and hope that all the costs would be associated with the removal and replacement would be on the appeal.
Okay, so what was the other, when I go over this overpass, I really don't look that way. It's what's in front of me that I'm worried about, not necessarily what's on the side of me or what's up in the air. That's a bad area for traffic. So do you think that it would be equitable to go ahead and remove those trees and just do it that way? I mean, I wish there was another alternative, but I don't know what else there is.
Councilman Rodriguez, answer your question. As an arborist and to uphold the ordinance and the beautification corridor, I think it's, the reason why we're here is because Parks and Rec and myself feel that it's important to maintain that structure and that uniformity that we have in the corridor. And kind of as Darren mentioned, if we were to eliminate some of those trees and go back in with a class 1 tree over time, we're going to have the same issue. We're going to be here again facing this same issue. It would be ideal if we could come up with a solution that would benefit both this billboard. My proposition was potentially to either relocate the billboard, which may be more expensive than the removal and replacement of the trees, or maybe make the billboard taller. As an option, I don't know, but in reference to Mr. Bruner, we are all in support of the businesses around downtown, and that's why we accommodated 3 of the 4 requests, because they were feasible, and we came to an agreement between Mr. Skog and the requests. So we feel like we were more than flexible, and we try to figure out some solutions, as Darren said, and we just don't really have any other than, like I said, maybe relocate the billboard or make it taller. Because there is a sign on the west side for Winco and some of the other businesses that is much taller. So I don't think that there's an ordinance on the height of the sign.
So has there been any conversation? I'm sorry.
Sandy.
hold on just a second, Sandy, and I'll come to you next. The use of shrubs, more ground-mounted type vegetation that might be able to soften and meet Beth's concern about having more corridor beautification items instead of just trees alone. Has there been any discussion about the use of other landscape features?
There has not, and that is an option. My question to you is, if we were to go that route, we would probably want to assimilate some sort of continuity and some sort of consistency. If we were to remove 4 trees on that side, maybe we would remove 4 trees on the other side. I don't want to go that route, but there would need to be some consistency so that it would eliminate the aesthetics. The aesthetics would be affected, I think, if we were just to have one small section of some shrubs.
These pictures you just shared with us, though, it didn't appear that you'd need to remove all 4. Maybe now that you've thinned them out, there might be a collaborative effort between you and the owner and his attorney in coming up with an alternative solution that hasn't been presented to us this evening. Is that an option?
I would have to discuss it with Darren and Cody, but that could be an option, yes.
Councilman Haverfield,
Yes.
may I ask a question?
Sure.
Would shrubs have an effect on the freeway visibility if you were to do what was suggested regarding shrubs? Because this is a visibility issue and beautification along the freeway corridor, is that correct? That major corridor?
Correct. Mayor, there's so the shrubs wouldn't be a visibility issue to the freeway. I think what it would be is it would be an inconsistency in the corridor, I think is what we would be concerned about.
Thank you. I
Mr.
think we had
President,
Councilwoman Levi had one.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, thanks.
Councilwoman Levi, are you still on?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Haverfield. I am at a disadvantage because I have not seen the pictures of what the trees look like once they were trimmed and thinned out. Is it possible somebody could take a picture and hold it to the camera?
I'm just wondering if maybe it would make sense to pull the motion, allow them another opportunity to come back to us in 2 weeks with a collaborative effort. I got a thumbs up from the back.
I will pull my motion, Mr. President, and suggest that we renegotiate, and if there do not come to a solution, then to come back before us at the next council meeting.
And then if you can provide these, or we'll just hang on to these pictures and have copies made for the council, and so Councilwoman Levi can have an opportunity to look at them as well.
Absolutely.
So if you can get together with the owner and his attorney and prepare something for our next council meeting, that would be great.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So I don't know if that's a
That would
motion.
it's a motion, and we need a second and roll call.
So we need a motion to
So
continue.
I made the motion. Is there a second?
Your motion is to continue it?
I'll second that.
All right. Any further discussion? Roll call?
Munchy? Yes. Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Bruner?
Yes.
Now that the mayor is here, we'll switch seats.
He's
You did a good job, Randy.
Thank you, Randy. Thank you.
Good job. You didn't fumble it.
You want
I'm good, yeah. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Well, I apologize for not being able to be here, and thank you to Councilman Haverfield for beginning the meeting. Sounds like you had a great beginning meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're done.
There you go. So, since it is 10 minutes after 7, we will begin the public hearing portion of this meeting, and then we will move back to the agenda items following this. And I'm sorry, I'm going to get situated for just 2 seconds. Okay, so this is the public hearing portion of our meeting. And I'm going to pause for a second and just say, our men in blue in the back, because I wasn't here, are you waiting for the later on? Thank you. Okay. And I'm sorry that I missed the earlier citizen appreciation. I think that was, thank you guys for doing that. That's awesome. So our first public hearing this evening is an action item, and this is a comprehensive plan future land use map amendment from medium density residential to community mixed use, annexation and zoning to community business, and a conditional use permit for a public storage development at 0 East Locust Lane. This is the southeast side of Southside Boulevard and the Locust Lane intersection. For BC zoning to allow for public storage units and a restaurant for Linda Claiborne. So is the applicant, and I should wait and make sure that Doug's ready, Doug and Christy are ready. Are you guys ready for me to, okay. So is our applicant here this evening? Hi. So as you come forward, and I'll just say this for both public hearings, the applicant will have the opportunity to come forward and share about what you're wanting to do. We will move to staff report, and then we will open up the public hearing. And for those that are here to speak tonight, you'll be given 3 minutes. As each of you come forward, go ahead and state your name and your address, and then our clerk will watch the time. Now, the applicant is not limited to 3 minutes, but the other citizens wishing to speak are limited to 3 minutes, and I'm not sure who all out there will be testifying this evening. And then the applicant will have the opportunity to come back at the close of the public hearing and answer any additional questions and also address whatever you feel like you need to. Once we close public hearing, the opportunity to comment from the applicant or from citizens will end at that time when we close public hearing. And so with that, we'll start with our applicant. And thank you for going ahead and repeating your name and address.
Mayor Kling.
Yes.
I have to inform that I did speak with Linda about this some time ago, a phone call, and I just directed her to the Planning and Zoning Commission or Planning and Zoning Department. No decision was ever made, no help was ever given. Just directed her to the city of Nampa. So,
Councilman Rodriguez, thank you for bringing that forward.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, because I don't know what I'm doing. So I'm very nervous.
Well, you're here, so that's good.
Yeah, thanks, that's amazing. Okay, so my name's Linda Claiborne, and my address is 1608 Sunrise Rim, Boise, Idaho, 83705. So I am standing before you with the full unanimous support and recommendation of Planning and Zoning that was on September 9th for this amendment. And if you don't know, I'm the daughter of Dick Claiborne. So my dad sat on your board for 16 years. He started a business here. He raised his family here. I graduated from Nampa High. And my dad was president of the Lions, the Eagles, ran for mayor. He was a community contributor, as am I. So I'm trying to spend more time with my mom and not work 50 to 60 hours a week. And we were just going for a Sunday drive, and we saw this lot, and I thought, oh gosh, there's houses everywhere. What could I do with this lot? And so we drove through all the neighborhoods and saw RVs and trailers and work vans, and I thought, wow, RV parking, because I know there's a shortage. And then we decided to go to lunch. There was nothing. Nothing. So we had to drive clear over to 12th Avenue. It's about 5 miles, and the only thing all down 12th, is fast food restaurants, except for Chapala. That was the only one. So I thought, well, I'm going to see if I can make it work and sell my rentals and be closer to my mom and do something with this. And I thought the very first thing that I would like to do is lease out the very corner on South Side and Locust Lane to put a restaurant. Kid-friendly, serves alcohol, patio. Accommodate everybody. That's always me. Accommodate everybody. So I actually started looking into that, and I've found a few that are interested, but because of COVID-19, it might take a little bit because everybody was hurting from January until about June. So I do have some leads on that. And then I went door to door for 5 days with a letter and did a survey, figured out how to do it. I'm not computer savvy, but I figured it out on SurveyMonkey, and I did a survey. And fortunately, I was so lucky to meet so many wonderful people from all the communities, and they literally put it on their Facebook page. So that was great. All 342 homes had an opportunity to read the letter and do the survey. So the consensus after all of this research that I did was that everybody wanted a restaurant. Of course, some people wanted Hawaiian, Japanese, whatever, but nobody wanted fast food, no gas stations. And everybody was thrilled that they could walk somewhere, because you have to drive clear over to Costco or entertainment or something. There's just nothing there. So then we started talking about RVs, and everybody's like, oh my gosh, yes, 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 because I called all of the facilities for RV parking and storage facilities in all of Nampa and Caldwell. They all have a wait list of 15 to 20 people for RV parking, especially now because of, we can't predict the future, and sometimes things change, like this darn pandemic, COVID-19. People can't fly, can't go to a concert, can't go to dinner for a while, so what are you doing? They're buying RVs. Now they have nowhere to park them because every new subdivision has HOAs. And they have tension with their neighbors. They have tension with the HOAs. They're getting letters. And now they're resorting to parking them in storage facilities that are even uncovered, what they would prefer covered. So I decided, okay, that's what I want to focus on, even if they don't make as much money. But then the third thing was in Royal Meadows, which is the workforce of Nampa. I saw there was hardly any room on the streets to drive through because there's landscaping trailers and vans and HVAC, plumbing, roofing, remodeling. And so I stopped specifically at 6 of those homes. 3 of them already worked for other people, so it didn't really apply to them, but they did say that they drove to Caldwell, Meridian, or Boise and did go to a facility, a larger warehouse, every morning and every night to pick up and drop off. The other 3 were private owners of their own business that live in that immediate vicinity. They were thrilled that there might be somewhere closer that they could park and have security and safety of their materials and equipment in a storage facility, and give them more time with their family. Put the kids to bed, have dinner and then they're also not congesting traffic during the middle of the day or in the morning traffic going through town with their trailers. So also in this research that I did, I discovered that there's actually already been slated 2 other pieces of property for commercial zoning. One was on the corner that's in Lava Springs, was bought by a Canadian developer, and he couldn't find the people to put a bakery or bagel shop or something commercial on this property, so he turned it into as many patio homes as there could be. The other slot was 600 yards down Locust Lane to the west. On the north side is 12 acres, and I believe it was Ed Pretty. He actually got and approved a permit for storage units, and then he decided to develop homes. So twice there's already been commercial property slated to be in that immediate vicinity, and they've decided to build dwellings. So I also heard a rumor that some development companies were actually building storage facilities, especially RV parking, right in their developments. So I called Brighton Homes, and that is exactly correct. Paramount subdivision on Eagle and McMillan, because homes are getting smaller lots and 6-foot fences, and you can't park anything that hides very well behind a 6-foot fence. And patio homes, they're sometimes not even allowing storage, small storage units that you would buy pre-made to put in your yard. So they're renting these units for their holiday decor, their mountain bikes, their ski equipment. As you know, Idaho is an outdoor state. If you don't like agriculture, don't come to Idaho. So anyway, that's what I found in all of my research, was that it's essential that we have these facilities to accommodate our workforce and to accommodate the community. So in conclusion, I have done ample communication with all of the neighborhoods, one-on-one, neighborhood meetings, surveys, letters, multiple conversations. I even met with the superintendent of the Nampa Meridian Irrigation District and walked the canal. This is a troubled piece of land. There's lava. I don't have to do crawl spaces. It's level. There won't be blasting, noise, dust, all that. It will decrease crime because now things are safe and secure, and opportunistic crime is not an issue with all of the workforce. And decreases noise. Nobody wanted more housing. That was, I mean, not one single person said they wanted more traffic or more housing of any kind. Not apartments, not houses, not patio homes, not low income, nothing. No one wanted more homes. It took me 20 minutes to go 1 mile between Greenhurst and the other street because it's so slow. 20 minutes because of the traffic. So in the conclusion, it's long overdue, and it's essential that we accommodate the community. This is our community. And they all want a restaurant. Hopefully we'll find one that I just want breakfast. So I don't know, we'll have to see if we can find breakfast, lunch, and dinner. But the hours will be, I will not open the RV parking or the smaller storage units before 6. They will close at 10:30, as well as the restaurant may not open at 6. And in the winter, it may close sooner than 10:30 because they're not needing their RVs and it's dark. So I may close sooner. As far as the other facility that's phase 3, so it's in like 3 years, it's nice to accommodate, as I like to do. So say you're a roofer and it's 105 degrees and it's July, and you want to start work at 5 and end at 3 because it's so hot. So if they called and got permission, and since everything's automated, I could put just their code in the door and they could come and get their stuff before dawn. I just want that on the record so that we can accommodate everybody and not be so rigid. You know, or say that you're a plumber and a daycare pipe breaks and you can only work at night because the kids are there. So you might need to come in when we're open, but drop off your stuff. As long as there's, no noise and no complaints and all of that, I'm happy to accommodate them, as long as you guys are all happy to accommodate them. So I guess I'm nervous and I can't think if I forgot anything. So I do have a co-speaker, my civil engineer, to talk about the facts that I don't know, like the troubled land and the irrigation. Is that okay if he comes up right now?
It's absolutely fine. And then feel free to take some notes during the discussion phase so that you can respond to the comments that come up, because you'll be sitting there going, oh, I could say that. Those things that you don't remember right now, just take some notes, have a pen and paper, and that way you can. Yeah, or on your phone or something.
So Mayor, do you prefer questions when she comes back then?
It depends. I tell you what, let's ask it. Go ahead. I was going to say the civil engineer may answer questions, but if it's not,
specifically is on the restaurant.
Okay. Oh, go for it.
And so I'm just process and timeline. I don't need names of restaurants. You said you had a few leads. So what type of restaurant has shown at least some interest maybe after this COVID?
There's a restaurant called The Tavern. I don't know if they have 3. One's in Bowen Crossing. That was their first one. And they always lease, because that's what they have to do is
so
lease.
You would build to their...
I'm not building, they would build.
Okay.
I just lease the land. They build to suit, because everybody they have their own design of where they want their kitchen and where they want their patio. So no, that's their deep pockets. I don't have that deep pockets. I have my own loan that I have.
So what you're saying here, though, no matter what, even though the timing is kind of unpredictable, that you would either do a restaurant or something of that sort in that area. You're not talking about putting just total storage area in the whole area. Okay.
No. And I forgot to tell you that Mr. Kranick, who owns that property and owned Lava Springs, bless his beautiful heart, he's still out plowing hay at 78. He has agreed to come in and still grow hay and plow all that field that I'm not using in the meantime, and then just use that irrigation. So that was the other thing. The irrigation thing is that he needs to use the irrigation while he's still plowing, which he did for 2.5 years at Lava Springs. And then I'm happy to turn over all the rights, of course. I don't. Yeah. So we already have, planning and zoning was very strict, and they gave me all these conditions. And I'm happy to work with staff, and we went back and forth, and we pretty much ironed everything out except for the immediate transfer of water rights that could wait, because Mr. Kranick's going to still farm that area, and they've had water rights since 1904. It's amazing. I love that. I'm meeting another native Idahoan. And then the other issue was the walking path that I think a couple people are going to address. But other than that, we have obviously there'll be a developmental agreement. You'll hold up your end, I'll hold up my end, and I'm happy to, I'm a communicator, just like my dad. Just ask me. I'll accommodate.
Mayor, just two quick, and one's personal. Your dad, I was in Lions Club with Dad.
You
Yeah,
were.
I mean, you just, so, terrific man. Appreciate all he did to this community. Number two, I want to commend you on your homework. I'm not saying how I'm going to vote at this point in time, but you have done a great job, and I wish everyone coming before us would
Well,
do that
thank
kind of
you
homework.
very much.
Thanks.
Your dad would be proud. And I did not know your dad, but he would be proud of you.
Well,
So,
yeah, thank you. I think that he would. And I just want to thank all of you because I never knew what my dad did up here. You know, I never came, and here I am firsthand. And, you know, I just want to thank you because what you guys do is listen. You listen to me, you listen to the community, you try to help us and fulfill our dreams. And thank you, all of you. Really, thank you very much.
thank you.
This is my mom, by the way, if you don't know my mom.
Hi, Mom.
Good evening, William Mason with Mason and Associates. Our address is 924 3rd Street South in Nampa. I just have a little bit to add, and then if there's questions, I'll be happy to try to answer them. This project is a really unique piece of property because it's 18.9 acres. But if you look at the south and east side of the property, there's a canal. There's actually 2 canals on it. And with the easements for those canals, there's about 2.5 acres of ground that's not buildable. It's actually between the 2 canals. So even though this seems like it's a bigger piece, when the easements get taken out and the road rights of way gets taken out, it really starts to narrow down. When we first started looking at this, we thought, well, what other types of uses could go in here? With it being currently in the comp plan as residential, it almost looks like if there's going to be somebody that tries to do residential in that area, they're going to try to go up because they can't spread out because of that confining easement. The city does have plans to put a roundabout in there that will help alleviate some of the traffic situation that's there now. We also looked at how can we not contribute more traffic to the area with that area already being congested. Storage units don't actually increase traffic. They just give you a way to get to your storage units that may be a little closer to your house. So that's what we're hoping to serve, is that area with the restaurant and the flex space and the storage for the RVs. The really good thing about these areas that can be, located close to people that are going to use them is it decreases the amount of time people have to be in traffic to get to someplace, so they can spend more time at home. It also decreases the congestion at other intersections. So with that, I'll stand for any questions or.
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
Will, I saw that staff recommended a BN zone and you're requesting BC. And did planning and zoning make any determination on it? I saw that they approved or at least recommended approval of the comp plan amendment. But what about the zoning request?
They agreed to the BC zone as long as we kept the BC zone away from the residential with the buffer.
So the 100-foot separation, my next question then would be, does Locust Lane and South Side, what are the right-of-ways of those 2 streets?
I believe they're 100 feet from outside to outside, so 50 feet from center line.
So they would have the 100-foot separation by virtue of just the road right-of-way?
That's correct, but I think, talk to staff about that when they give their presentation, because I believe that they're looking at the actual zoning designation, not the right-of-way designation.
Okay,
So I don't know where the residential zone was annexed to.
okay. That would be my question then, of someone. So if Doug can answer that, that'd be great.
So a quick question while you're here. My question's about the roundabout and accommodating in your initial design work that you've been doing. Can you remind me, it may be there, did you accommodate the roundabout?
We will accommodate
You will.
accommodate it at annexation, yes.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions? Thank you so much. And you're both welcome to come back and address questions at the end if you want to wait through. So, Doug, hi.
Hi.
So you're going to give us a staff report.
Yes,
Thank you so much.
Is this microphone on? Or-
It is.
Oh, okay,
Feel free
very
just
good.
to lift it up so it's plenty close. And,
Okay, there
yeah.
we go. Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This site, as was mentioned, it's 18.92 acres. It's surrounded by single family to the north and to the west. To the south is agricultural, and then to the east is a county development of larger lots that's county property. And then the New York Landing subdivision is to the southeast of this parcel. The comprehensive plan is also medium density residential for this parcel, and low density residential is to the northwest, and it is surrounded by medium density residential in the comprehensive plan. This is a map of the utilities. There are utilities that service the site. Engineering will designate which side of the site that this is served from. There was some question about the pressure irrigation feeding Lava Springs, and engineering, if there's any questions about the ability to pressurize a system out here, engineering could answer that question. They did for the Planning and Zoning Commission, such that there would be sufficient pressure to service this site. Access is either going to be off of Southside Boulevard and Locust Lane. This is a view of the site looking from the corner of Locust and Southside, southeast into the potential development here. So if you could bear with me for a few minutes, I'd like to explain how we got to this point in this application, and also that there are 3 action items this evening, so we'll go through each one of those. So to answer Council Member Haverfield's question about the application, when we met originally with the applicant, we suggested that perhaps a BN zoning district, which would be a neighborhood business zoning district, would be more appropriate given the amount of residential that there is in this area. The BN zoning district would be sufficient, or would be allowed within a residential mixed-use land use setting. The residential mixed-use land use setting allows for mixed use, both residential and commercial, but a smaller scale, more residentially oriented. The setback for the applicant during that discussion was that she desired to have covered RV storage, which the code allows us to go up to 19 feet high in the code, but it does not allow that height in the BN zoning district. It does allow it in the BC zoning district. And so the applicant has asked that for a BC zoning district and the land use setting that would accommodate that as a community mixed use land use setting. So this is the difference in terms of how we're approaching this evening, is that there was a request, a recommendation and a request. So we'll talk at first about the community mixed use and what changing that land use setting means. And so the laws that support that type of a change are found in HB 608. And it says that comp plan amendments can be recommended by the commission at any time. And there were 2 provisions that are no longer there, but staff has suggested to the commission and the council that they consider whether the area around the property under review for a comprehensive plan amendment is in flux, if it's changing. And secondly, whether there was some kind of an error made in the original comprehensive plan designation in associated future land use maps. So those 2 criteria are suggestions of staff to the council when they're giving consideration of making a change to the future land use map. So the medium density residential as it now stands allows for single family as well as 2 family, 3 family, or 4 family duplex types of developments. The community mixed use is a much broader land use setting. It allows for larger commercial uses. It is more of a community-wide types of certain needs and services. These could be high-density residential, commercial retail, large box stores, hotels, recreation employment centers, even some light industrial or industrial business park types of developments. So it's a much broader, more denser type of land use setting. These are the zones that are permitted really within the comprehensive plan within that community mixed use land use setting. You can see a list of them there. They're anywhere from the university to single family, denser single family, all the way to healthcare, gateway businesses, community business, residential professional, and the like. So in the analysis of this, it's staff's opinion that the immediate area is not transitioning to a high-density residential or commercial, and that conversion of the property to a community mixed use may allow for future land uses and zoning districts that are really not compatible with the surrounding low and medium density residential land use settings. However, given that information, the Napa Planning and Zoning Commission recommends to the council that that the property be the land use setting for the property be changed from median density to community mixed use, with limitations placed on the property through the formulation of a development agreement. So that's the first of the three. The second is the annexation and zoning to BC. So the BC the applicable codes to that, of course, is the description and purpose of the BC zone, which is more for commercial use. And the other application would be annexation, in that it has to be adjacent to other annexed properties, which this property is. The BC zone, storage units are permitted in that zoning district with a conditional use permit, and restaurants are a permitted use without a conditional use permit. Again, it's staff's opinion that many of the land uses permitted in the BC zoning district may not be compatible with adjacent low and medium density residential development. And again, the Planning Commission's recommendation is to first annex and zone the property to BC. Secondly, that the applicant formulate a detailed development agreement based on the project layout presented at the meeting, which I can show you that layout, and uses for a restaurant and storage units only. And that the recordation of that annexation and zoning be contingent upon the council approving the development agreement. Thirdly and lastly, the conditional use permit is required for storage unit development in this area. And there are a few things that I'd like to go over with this, if you could again bear with me on this. So Title 10, Chapter 25 discusses the purpose of conditional use permits, but I wanted to highlight that the purpose of the review shall be to determine that the characteristics of any such use shall not be unreasonable or incompatible with the type of development permitted in surrounding areas. So that's an important consideration when we're looking at conditional use permits. Title 10, Chapter 1, Section 19 has some areas that I'd like to just go over with you just a little bit. So the council has the option, if they so desire, to increase that setback to 150 feet if they feel it's necessary. In A2 of that section, it indicates that a minimum distance of 100 feet is required from any single-family residential, or in this case, single-family residential, or any low or medium-density residential designation on the comprehensive future land use map, not annexed into the city, and from any residential building. So, in essence, as was mentioned by Will, this property would have to have a 100-foot buffer around the entire development based on this
Mayor,
code.
just for clarification, Doug, the 100-foot road right-of-way is what I asked about. And you're saying that in itself, I wasn't clear on what he was saying as far as where does the residential zone start? Is it the property line on the opposite side of the road, which is the road right-of-way to our property line? that we're talking about here?
It's actually the zone itself, or the designation. So let's go back here. So
So is that to the center line of the road then?
yeah, you can see here that the property, this annexation goes to the center line of the road.
Okay.
Yeah.
So any building would have to be 100 feet from the center line of the road back.
That's what the code says.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You bet. And thirdly, that public storage facilities that are contiguous to single-family or zoning districts, or that are located, or that are contiguous to single-family residential, the maximum height of the buildings within the entire development is 10 feet. So, so what's going to have to happen is that if this goes forward, the BC zoning district, if it's adjacent to a residential, the whole development would have to be 10 feet tall. So they're going to have to create another type of lot or something surrounding the BC zone that then they wouldn't be contiguous to a residential district, and then that would allow them to build the 19-foot high structures. So for example, if they put 100-foot, and this is really up to what the applicant would like to do, but if they were to put a 100-foot buffer, say, and zone that BC around surrounding the development, all of the storage units in that 100-foot buffer could not, well, they couldn't be 100 feet because they'd have to be from the property line, but anything in that buffer would have to, would fall underneath this provision in the code. But with that buffer, then it allows them to put the taller structures on the inside. So,
Mayor. So Doug, for clarity, a BC zone requires design review approval, which requires variations of wall heights and inundations of the wall itself. So if they were planning on going with RV storage on the outer edge, they still have that variation requirement that they would have to meet for the design review commission.
well, they would have to meet the provisions of Chapter 19 in that the height of the building, if it's adjacent to a residential zone, the height of the building could not exceed 10 feet. But if they had that lot, if you will, on the outer edges of this zoning district, that interior zoning district could exceed that 10 feet to 19 feet. But they still have to be, regardless, any building has to be 100 feet away from the residential zoning or the zoning district.
So Mayor, as a follow-up, then from the center line of the road over 100 feet to the first building, and then you were talking about that being a BC zone or a BN zone?
A BC zone.
BC.
Yes.
Which then allows the taller buildings for RV.
The taller buildings, as long as there is a buffer or a zone, if you will, it could be a BC zone, but a zone between the zone where those RV storage structures are located and the adjacent residential zone.
Right.
Yeah.
And then the interior portion of this property as a mixed use would be a BN, or why would it not all be BC? It would be all BC.
That's correct.
So the buffer zone is what's throwing me. It's not a separate zone, it's still BC.
That's correct. But the interior BC zone would be adjacent to a BC zone.
Right.
And that's what allows them to go to the 19-foot height.
So Mayor, if I may, I need further clarification.
Yeah.
I'm a visual person. So if what I'm hearing you're saying then is 100 feet, there's just 10-foot structures, but any structures after those 10-foot structures could be 19-foot structures.
So the first 100 feet away from the residential
Has to
zone,
be 10 feet.
no structures.
Right.
That's a 100-foot setback.
Starting at 100 feet.
That's correct.
They're 10 feet, and then there's no distance between those and the 19-foot, anything interior, just the parameter, if it's whatever the case is, has to be 10 feet. Okay, thanks.
Are there further questions for Doug at this time? Okay, Doug, we'll let you keep going.
Okay, thank you. So just to point out that the parking can be gravelled where the RV storage is, including where the carport structures are, but everything else has to be paved. In C3, a fence has to be, a site obscuring fence has to be constructed, and that will have to go through design review as was suggested. that will have to go through design review. That needs to be between 6 and 8 feet tall. So that's not going to be a chain link fence with slats. It has to be a decorative fence that would be appropriate for the area. And then a landscape buffer is required. There's a 25-foot landscape buffer required as well on this development. Typically, it's 15 in the BC zone. In terms of the code about distance from other storage units, the closest storage unit to this is Southside Storage on Southside. That blue dot represents the 2,500-foot buffer around that development. So this is outside of that 2,500-foot buffer. From a staff analysis standpoint, the location of the property is out of that buffer. The lot is an unusual shape with canals and easements that require significant buffering. The storage units are a relatively passive land use that do not create a significant amount of traffic, and there appears to be a demand for RV storage in the area. The setback requirements stated in 10.119 require landscaping in the 100-foot distance limitations from residential development. We did receive some correspondence on this. It's in your staff report, so I won't go through it. There are some easements required on the canals. We did receive some correspondence from the public. I also included a question and answer in your packet that we did review at the Planning and Zoning Commission. So unless the council desires for me to review that at this time, I'll move through that. And we did receive correspondence both for and against the project. So the findings also are stated in your packet. I'd like to bring your attention to number 6, that the applicant has agreed to enter into a development agreement based on the Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendation. And that conditions of approval, also stated in your packet, are centered around all of these issues that have to do with the canals and the engineering requirements and building code regulations. I did neglect, however, going through this to include this number 10, the easement that was required by the Boise Project Control Board. So I just wanted to point that out, that will also be included as a condition of approval if the council chooses. Something that I wanted to bring forward, and this is the conclusion of this presentation here, is that there are some conditions that if the council decides to go forward and approve this with a development agreement, these are the conditions that we would like to suggest that the council include in that development agreement. And it has a lot to do with what we talked about, and also the times of opening. The restaurant would be a 6 to 10:30 or sometime in that time frame, and that the developer agrees that the RV and enclosed storage units would also be a 6 to 10:30, perhaps with the caveat that access could be made after hours on a very limited basis and controlled basis. And then all the other issues that are typical to a development agreement. So to conclude, this is the recommended action. There are 3 items, and this, Councilmember Haverfield, this is you can see clearly what the outline of the project is here, and going to the center line of Locust and Southside. So.
Mayor Kling?
Yep.
Yes.
Doug, for clarification, the 100-foot setback, you mentioned a 25-foot landscape setback as well, or landscape buffer. Is that within that 100 feet, or is it in addition to the 100 feet?
So the 25-foot setback would have to be from the property line of that parcel. It would have to be from the property line into the property.
But this building setback is 100 feet from the center line of the road.
It's from the setback is from the zone, and I may have to renege here. The zone here shown on this overlay shows the zone to the opposite side of Locust Lane. I don't exactly know how far that is from the center line of the road.
I think you answered my question. The landscape buffer can be within that 100-foot setback.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
That's correct.
Which would be landscaped anyway, since not all of it's going to be paved, but
That's correct.
I just wanted to make sure it wasn't in addition to the 100-foot setback.
Not in addition to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions at this time? Doug, thank you very much. Stand by for questions later.
Okay, thank you.
And at this time, we'll move into the public testimony side of our public hearing. And I think we have a number of applicants that have signed up. Can I see a raise of hands? Because we've got names here, but how many people here are wanting to testify? Okay, so quite a few of you. So one thing to help things move along is if the person ahead of you just shared something and you fully agree, Phil, you do not have to come forward. You may come forward, and it is certainly your right to come forward and speak. But you are also welcome to just stand, come forward, state your name and address, and say, I support the testimony of the person in front of me. If you don't have something significantly different to share, feel free to do that so that we don't all say the same thing. That said, we'll start with the first person that we have signed up, and that person is, can I have you do me a favor and make that larger? Unfortunately, I can't read it. Thank you, or we can. Thank you, Debbie. Are you sure? Thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay, so Linda was on here, obviously, and so she's already spoken, and then Janice is in favor, and Janice, your mom, right? Yes. Okay, did you want to speak this evening? No. Okay, well, duly noted that you support the work. And then the next person is Marilyn McIntyre. Is Marilyn here?
She is at the thing in blue,
Oh, where I was.
where you were. So she wrote a letter and asked if I could just read it.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yes, so I'm just going to say Marilyn McIntyre, which was Linda, right?
Yes. And
Is
she
going to
lives
read.
at
Thank you.
4015 South Lava Springs Loop.
Got it.
Okay.
Thank you.
First off, I'd like to commend Linda Claiborne for graciously taking the time to work with Lava Springs neighborhood and allowing us the time and energy to offer our feedback. She genuinely wants us to be happy with her development on the corner of South Side and Locust Lane. Secondly, Linda is filling a big gap for us. We all reside under the HOA rules, and at the same time, we live in a state meant for recreation. So many of us own RVs and know where to park them. That's why I believe her plan is less of a storage unit and more of an RV/service vehicle park. Because the city requirements and her talented architect, this structure will actually enhance the neighborhood and offer peace and quiet. Likewise, we sincerely need a food establishment in our neighborhood because there's absolutely nothing nearby. Developers are constructing at least 4 new subdivisions on both of the aforementioned streets, one with almost the length of a mile. We already have lots of houses here as it is, so having a nice restaurant, pub with outdoor dining would bring tremendous revenue. Speaking of the construction at this site, Linda previously mentioned that there will be no need for crawl space, so it is an easy build. To bring clarity, there is a specific reason so many of our neighborhoods start with lava, because it perfectly describes the subterranean. Lava Falls, directly across the street from Lava Springs on Locust, was supposed to have houses built by the spring of 2020. And here it is fall and not one house has been constructed. For the last 10 months, they've been blasting and pushing around dirt, which has been horrifically messy and extremely inconvenient. Finally, I beseech our mayor and city council to approve this plan. It's a great improvement for Southeast Nampa. The parking area keeps our HOAs and neighbors happy, and the restaurant encouragingly breeds a sense of community. Thank you, Marilyn.
Thank you. The next person that has signed up to speak is Ann Clarkson. Ann, are you here? I'll go ahead and state your address. It's 3973 Belcourt, Nampa. Is that correct? Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for this opportunity. And we also want to compliment Planning and Zoning for all the work that they have been doing with Linda. We had a wonderful chance to meet Linda. I am president of the Mansfield Park Homeowners Association. So if you look at the map, we are to the right of the property from Locust Lane is where we have 8 lots. And I have with me information, a motion from Mansfield Park Homeowners Association that 100% of the members support this project. We think that Linda has done an incredible job. We love the idea of the storage. We love the idea of a restaurant, which would be just great. And we realize we started out in the country, and we know I had a chance to meet that farmer who has passed away, Mr. Kravick. Wonderful guy who was across the road, and I would take him cookies, and he and I would have cookies. And Mel and I, my husband, were the first people to live out in the country. Now the city is all around us, and we think this is wonderful. We've had a chance to meet many young people in the neighborhoods who are just starting out, who need a place for their motor home or their RV, whatever they have, or they're starting a new business. I think Linda hit the nail on the head with a need. So tonight I'm submitting to you 20 people who live to the right. We're to the east. Also, there is another little street called Mansfield Place, and 2 of the homes there are occupied. They also signed this. This is essentially a petition with their names, addresses, and phone numbers saying that they support the concept. The one thing we don't support, which I didn't quite hear enough of, is there's a requirement of a walking path. So the walking path would occur on the south side of the property, and where it's real gray, that, my friends, is farmland. It's raised up quite higher. If there was a walking path around the back of this property, we feel it would open up opportunistic crime, because the Reidenbach Canal is there and there's a road. Right now, our property in Mansfield Park and the people to the east, it's all private property. So people are not driving on that road. Also, half of the year, the canal empties. So if a young person zips along there with a motorcycle and falls in, the liability is on all of us that are private property homeowners. So I hope you'll take a look at that. With this, we've submitted 11 items of why not to have a walking path there. Personally, and the rest of them, we all love walking paths. We use the sidewalks, we all walk. But you don't want a place back there where the police can't get to, a person could be raped. You can't see the whole back section of where these storage units are going to be. And somebody could get on the canal road, drive in, use the wire snips, get into Linda's property, steal the stuff out of the boats, the motorhomes, or party, or if you have a walking path, injure another person without the police even having access to get there. We want Linda to be very successful, so our goal is try not to limit her too much or cost her too much money. Let her get that place developed, let her business be successful. We totally support her. I'll turn this in to you. Is it the city clerk that gets it? Yes, please.
And thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great job. Okay, Mel Clarkson. And Mel's address is the same at 3973 Belcourt, Nampa, so you don't have to repeat that when you come forward.
Well, for the last 21 years now, that's been a hard act to follow for me, but you can understand. So she's been pretty much said everything I want to say, and I just want to add a couple of things. The road that is there, if you look at our property, we're the third house in as you come in off the street. So we have 2 canals in our backyard. And we have the Reidenbach Canal, which is at ground level. The road is ground level to us. Then we have a bank that's about 10 feet high, and we have the New York Canal. And we moved in there 15 years ago and developed our property ourselves. My wife and I, we built a 6,000 square foot playhouse, you might say, a shop, and we have an ice cream parlor up there we use for family things. But in working out there, you don't know how many times we see motorcycles, and they have access because between her property and our property, there's a road that comes up, And you don't know how many times we've seen ATVs and motorcycles go zipping down through there at 35, 40 miles an hour. And it's not always been adults on them. And in the New York Canal, we're always seeing, you know, it's easy access for the New York because they come right in off of South Side and they buzz right through and go out on Happy Valley. This property here, this road here goes across, and then the canal is kind of split. And there's not really a very good access on past that. My main concern is people coming in off of South Side, because they can now get on through there. If we put a walkway in there, we can get on there. And it's just an open invitation for these guys to be zipping through there. If you go the other side of South Side, where that development is, you'll see their walkway, which is nothing but a dirt access road. And it's easy to get on there, goes zipping right through and right on out. So I don't feel that's a good idea myself. I think if we can keep that kind of traffic down, I don't particularly want anybody walking behind my property and, you know, looking in on what's going on. And I don't think anybody else here would want that either. So as far as the development, I love what she's doing, but my big concern is having kids and everything, and the canal is full 7 months out of the year, and they go in that water, and it happens. I was out in the backyard one day, and I seen sheriff's car going by there, a couple of them. So I got curious. Well, there was a bunch of activity on the New York Canal, which you can go, at that time, you could go down to the end, go over a bridge, and go up onto the New York Canal. Went up there, and they had a wrecker up there pulling a car out of that canal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Daniel Schuster. And following Daniel is Deborah Tortolini? Tortellini. I was going to say that, and then I thought, I bet I'm wrong. So you're right there, so you'll be right next. Okay, so Daniel is located at 4817 Southside Boulevard, is that correct?
Yes,
Perfect.
Mayor, council members. So Danny, you've already done my address here. A few of you have probably seen me stand up here with David a few times, and Will, working on Gemstone and Springbrook. The subdivision that's right up the street, if you just go north of South Side there, just above that little gray section, that's a subdivision that David Bills with Landco just did. And I can say out of that, 16 homes there, only 5 of them can hold RV storage. So I don't know if that's typical of the others that are surrounding there. But I live just south, right where the red line is at the bottom. If you go south there over the New York Canal, I live there on a couple acres. And we bought a fifth wheel about 4 years ago. Well, I ended up selling that one, getting another one. And the storage that we spent a lot of money building is now too short for the new fifth wheel.
Oops.
So we'll be one of her customers. Anyway, I do know that Corey's putting in that 400 homes there right off of Alma. And I'm working with a couple of the farmers there on an 80-acre and a different acreage piece there. I've got a few developers like David that are interested in buying that. And I know that Corey has been charged with, CBH has been charged with, I believe it's 800 or 900 homes to be able to provide sewer service, something like that, to future homes that are going there. So there's going to be a lot more coming in. And I would say within the next, 5-10 years, I can't predict that, but it'll be here pretty quick if I can get those contracts written up here in the next few months. So as far as, I represent Linda, the buyer and the seller on this property. And Richard Kranick gave me the permission to share with you that the backup offers on this right now are apartment buildings. It's a multiple family. If this one doesn't go through, and the one after that is a commercial strip mall. So I believe that it's because they've seen Lava Spring with all the blowing up of the rock, and now they've seen Lava Falls. And then we had a little bit of challenge there at Gemstone too. It's just a big challenge at that property to put up multiple stubs for homes. And if you want to fit in there the new RS4, if you want to put 60 houses inside of there, you're going to be spending quite a bit of money. So I think that might be one of the concerns of the developers that would be looking to put possible homes there. That's why they're looking to put bigger units that just have a few stubs as far as commercial goes. So I'm in favor for it. I'd like to be able to park my fifth wheel somewhere, and I think that's all I've got.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, Deborah. And Deborah, I have your address at 2633 East Andesite Court, Nampa.
Correct. I've lived in the Lava Springs subdivision on the corner of Locust and South Side for 2 years. Section 5.7 of our CC&R state that boats, recreational vehicles, all-terrain vehicles, and similar recreational equipment, trailers, riding lawnmowers, and haulers cannot be parked on any road in the subdivision, cannot be parked in a driveway longer than 24 hours, and can only be stored on a lot if the vehicle or equipment does not exceed the height of the fence, and it's stored only behind a fence. As a member of our HOA board, I can tell you that it's a constant struggle keeping RVs, boats, and work trailers off our streets and driveways. I really believe that local storage will help this situation. On my own, I created a questionnaire in September on SurveyMonkey and made it available to both the Lava Springs and the Southern Ridge neighborhoods. I only got 40 responses, typical, but 92.5% of those who responded said they would prefer the proposed family restaurant and storage facility over residential. 40% would use the storage for RV work trailers, 33% for home goods, and 10% for business materials. Our main concern with the rezoning of the property in question is that it would become or could become multifamily housing. At the September 9th Planning Commission meeting, as was already spoken about, it was approved with a caveat that there would be a development agreement to ensure the property was going to be for its stated purpose. And to be very clear, we are in favor of a restaurant and storage, totally. There's been some concern from some of the residents that if it is approved and it change hands, maybe the city will forget about the development agreement or something like that, and then it will become multifamily. So we just want to make sure, we want the city to give us some assurance that the development agreement will stand. We do not want, nor do we need, additional homes in this quadrant. With more growth has come more crime. I can tell you firsthand, just in our community, we've had a ton more crime. We already struggle with traffic due to the Hubble homes being built. We understand there's that construction on Alma that's been mentioned, and then we've got another 300 or so, north of us on South Side. So additional homes just aren't good for this community or the streets. They're not able to support it. Even a roundabout is going to be a nightmare with the schools in the neighborhood. This is not a good idea. We really want the storage and the restaurant. We would really love a restaurant. We bring in food trucks all the time, 2 to 3 a week, just to get food into our neighborhood. We would love to have a restaurant there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Richard.
Said everything I had to say.
Okay, so duly noted in favor of. Thank you. Okay, Bob Patrick, and then following Bob will be Lauren Brown. And Bob, I show your address at, I think that's a 1519 South Lava Springs Loop.
That's correct, thank you.
Great.
Yeah, I'm Bob Patrick, and I've been in this area about 5 years. I am familiar with storage sheds because my children are in that business. So I've kind of grown to see what happens with them. And when Linda came through our neighborhood and left a letter there, I got excited because we need it. I asked the developer 5 years ago, you need to set out a corner for these motor homes and these camp trailers and these boats. It's needed, but he sees this, doesn't see that. So I am really in favor of the storage units. I think it will attract good things to our neighborhood. I think the buildings itself will be attractive. And I'm not in favor of a walking path on the back side of it at all. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, Lauren. Ms. Lauren Brown. Oh, there you go. Hi. So I have your address at 2601 East Andesite Court, Nampa?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that correct? Great.
Good evening, Council, Mayor.
I've been coming to Idaho for about 10 years, lived here finally for about the last 3. I came here to assimilate because I love this place. But as far as Linda, she came through our neighborhood, and I just thought, man, we don't need more houses. I come from a county of about 10 million. I worked for a large law enforcement agency. I did 30 years there. 2 of the contract cities that I worked for were about 200 to 250,000, and I saw the growing pains that y'all are going through now. I worked on a specialized team for 6 years that I dealt directly with, myself and my partners, with City Council, the different heads of all the different programs, and we worked very closely with them. So that I'm going to kind of touch on the walking path. Bad idea. You are inviting crime if you put that back there. Anywhere from drug use, theft, and the biggest thing probably graffiti, because you're back there and there's nobody there to see anything. The people that live behind it aren't going to be there 24/7. There probably aren't going to be cameras on the back. And I did give her some ideas. If you go to CPTED federal website, Crime Prevention Through Environmental Design, it gave her some good avenues to use. I, like the other gentleman, I built a RV garage, and shame on me, I didn't make it big enough. So I park mine all the way on the other side of the outlet mall, way down the freeway. So I have to travel quite a ways to go get mine and bring it back. So I will definitely be a customer. And the biggest thing is one of the other gentlemen brought up that there was a restaurant shortly up the road, maybe about a mile at Greenhurst. Well, I've been coming to that area for about 4 or 5 years, and I've never seen that restaurant open. My wife and I would love to be able to walk to and have a dinner, an adult beverage, or anything like that. I think it's a great idea and well needed. I think it would actually cut down on city services, the police department, whether that be them coming out, write reports, because it is crime of opportunity. You know, one of the gentlemen on the planning commission asked about it, excuse me, and it is, you know, if you have a bunch of trailers with tools and everything, what's going to happen? People are going to drive through, they might think, I can make some money. If it's locked up behind the wall, it makes it a lot easier. I'm for it. You've done a great job so far. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so let's see, Phil Warchel. And then following Phil will be Shannon Holland. And Phil, I've got your address at 348 West Park Center Boulevard.
That's correct, Mayor. And thank you, City Council, for seeing me. My job tonight is really just showing some design features. Of course, I'm for the proposal. I'd be the builder involved. Forge has built 50 million square feet of storage. We're a homegrown Idaho company. West of the Mississippi, we build a majority of the self-storage projects and RV canopies, RV storage sheds. I'm going to speed.
So which one is
And really, you know, the good thing about us is we can't build anything you don't tell us to do. So our design team obviously follows everything zoning, planning, and the city council approves. That's the good thing. I will tell you that with RV sales up 40% this year, our business has flipped. Right now, out of the 30 jobs we have at the minute, and estimating probably 60% now are very similar to what Linda's doing in multiple cities in Idaho, Utah, Nevada, Montana. There's no place to put these things. And it's the same problems. HOA regulations, it's a challenge. People can't put them in their subdivisions, and if they do, there's just a lot of tension. We have ways, as you can see, of doing fortress-style projects like this. I know Doug spoke about the fencing. That's essentially a material we can use. We can make building breaks with horizontal versus vertical paneling every 50 feet or whatever zoning requests of us. Our colors were baked on, warranted 40 years on these things. I mean, it's light years ahead of what it used to be even 10 years ago. But we design a lot of self-storage, a lot of projects, and I think that Linda's done a lot of homework, way more than a lot of people, and I just want to tell you that we're behind her 100%, and we'll do what's ever requested of us.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so Shannon. And following Shannon will be Cody Phelps, so you can be ready to go. And I've got Shannon's address at 3997 Belcourt, Nampa. Is that correct?
That is correct. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm also the treasurer secretary of the Mansfield Park Homeowners Association. Sorry, I didn't think I was going to be nervous till I got up here. I am fully in support of the plan proposal here. The only thing that is also my concern is the walking path. I live along there. All of our property goes to the middle of the canal. You build a walking path, you're going to encourage people to trespass on our property. My other question is, I'm not sure who you think is going to use this walking path, as this is not a residential area that you're building storage units that will not have people in it. And particularly once you put that roundabout in, I go up and I run on the canal up there, or excuse me, on the path that's actually wow, I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
But that is a very dangerous road to cross. And once there's a roundabout, there's not going to be any way for anybody from the subdivisions to cross that road easily to get to this walking path that goes nowhere. It'd be much better for people to go the other direction and use the existing pathways that are already there. So that's just my concern. There's also a ton of wildlife along there. You start getting people in there. We have ducks that nest there. I can tell you Ann feeds a lot of beautiful animals out there. So that would just be our main concern, is its safety. Also, where I live is near a head gate along that canal, and there is a waterfall that exists 7 months out of the year. I know because I go out there, and if a child fell in there and got down in that waterfall, they would die. An adult would die. There's absolutely no way to get out of the suction that is created. We have had dead animals just float there until we've drugged them out of that waterfall. So just think about a child in there, because you created this walking path and they've now got an opportunity to get to a very dangerous area. So other than that, it sounds great.
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you.
And great job.
Oh, thanks, sorry.
Okay, Cody Phelps. And following Cody Phelps will be Doug. And Doug, I'm not going to say your last name. I'll let you say your last name when you come up. So Cody, I've got your address at 3196 South Walnut Ridge Way, Nampa, is that correct?
Yes.
Great.
Thank you. I'll keep it brief. I'm fully in support of this. I actually also have a few signatures from members within the Southern Ridge community, as well as Lava Springs, fully supporting the RV parking in the restaurant, while also, I guess, not suggesting or not recommending the walkway. I fully agree with everyone else's testimony. I fully agree, and I'll keep it short.
Cody, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. And Doug. Doug, would you like to say your last name for me?
Good.
That's kind of embarrassing, but, and then your address is 4418 South Lava Springs Loop.
Right, it's Doug Brochi.
Brochi.
Right.
Thank you. I just decided I'd let you say it.
Okay.
Right, yeah.
I'm 100% behind the project. Deborah kind of said everything that I would have said. The one thing, the roundabout at the intersection of South Side and Locust Lane would be pretty horrible for pedestrians, especially children, because there's 3 schools in the area. There's 2 on South Side and there's 1 on Locust Lane. And children crossing a roundabout, it's almost impossible for that high traffic. So it should be a controlled intersection with traffic lights, I would suggest. I'm not totally against that pathway. I can't figure out where that pathway is going to go, because there is no pathway in our subdivision, and there's no pathway in Mansfield, like you just mentioned. So 100%, and I got the first reserved spot in her RV park, so I'm 100%. Thank you.
Doug, thank you so much. And Tom Points, duly noted. Okay, that roundabout comment, we've had 2, so thank you. I appreciate that. William Mason, let's see, William, you already spoke. And then Mike Doolin? Is Mike here? Yes, did you want to speak? And Mike's address is 4538 South Gabbro Way, is that correct? Great.
And that's in the Lava Springs subdivision. And on the walkway, first time I heard about the walkway, but across the street from us is a walkway. And the neighbors, that we talked to them, they got a lot of problems with the kids going up and down the walkway. Not the adults, kids. They tease their dogs, they're looking in. So as far as that's concerned, I don't think it should be there. As far as the roundabout, this is the first I heard about it. I believe it should be a controlled intersection with lights as opposed to the roundabout because of the foot traffic. It's huge there with the kids and stuff. And I used to be a president of another HOA, and as far as RVs and boats, that's our biggest fight. We moved into the subdivision because we built our own RV park garage, which is part of the subdivision, so nobody parks their RV around or out, and we appreciate that, and we like to keep it that way. But we understand people do like to buy them and they need to store them. And as far as the height of the RV garage, storage unit, I got a 16-foot opening, goes up 25 feet. So 19, 20 foot up isn't going to be that big of a deal for the neighborhood, because that's usually the height of an RV garage anyway. So as far as the height restrictions, I don't see a problem with it being low. It should probably be high because you get more of them in there. The restaurant's great. My wife and I love it. Right now, you got to go 30 minutes to get to the other side of town to get to a restaurant. We do have fast food ones there down the street, but if you want to get to Outback, some of the others, it's a 30-minute drive across town. There should be more development in our area as far as going. And I guess that's all I got to say. I do appreciate the time, and we are very much for this unit in the restaurant.
Mike, thank you for speaking tonight. We appreciate it.
You're welcome.
And if there are any developers listening, I think that's a very good advertisement for full-service restaurants that are needed in South Nampa. So, thank you. So, at this time, those are the only ones that I have signed up to. Debbie, thank you for your help there. So that's all I have signed up, but is there anyone here that had intended to testify that did not get signed up? Mr. Osborne, I don't know your address, so I'll let you state it as you come forward. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My address where my wife and I reside is 4199 East Switzer Way. I noticed the applicant didn't go through Bridgewater where I live, but we're about 1/2 mile, as the famous Nampa crows fly, to the I would love to have a sit-down restaurant in this area, and with at least 800 homes already approved in the area, I think storage units are needed. And I take issue with the 2,500 distance that has been passed. Thank you, Doral. But it is what it is. And sometimes I think as these learned men put the regulations together, they do everything they can to keep people from having a business in Nampa. And I admire someone who is willing to take that on. And by the way, I'm a Nampa native, Idaho native too. So I think it is innovative and would be a good fit for the neighborhood. So I urge you to pass this without undue restrictions. Thank you.
Thank you, Hubert.
Mayor, just going to tell Hubert, I'll see you Wednesday morning. Let me have it again then, okay?
Yeah.
Okay. He comes to my listening breakfast, so.
Is there anyone else that had intended to speak this evening? Okay, seeing none, this is an opportunity for the applicant to come back and to close with any comments. And if Mr. Mason has any comments, he would be welcome, but thank you.
First, Mr. Osborne, I want to apologize that I never got to your subdivision, but I'll come and meet you anytime.
And I did what you said, I took some notes, and I wanted to clarify, especially because Randy was asking all these questions about the setbacks and stuff. So what my design is that if you look at what the property is, on South Side and on Locust Lane, my first entrance on Locust Lane will be directly across the entrance from Royal Meadows. So it'll be straight across. And all along there, we'll have 10-foot eaves and be 10 by 20 size units. And then on the corner, of course, will be, okay. Oh, thank you very much. So see, there's the corner, and that will be, landscaping and a parking lot. And then 270 feet down on South Side, where the other entrance is, right when you pull in to that entrance, will also be another little lane, so that gives you your more setback. Randy, does that make sense? When you pull in, then you turn left, and that's a driveway, and that driveway will go along the landscaping that's the 25-foot to the parking lot of the restaurant. If you go straight through that, that's where you enter. We'll have to redesign that a little because it looks like you're running into a building. That's where there'll be another gate that will be just for the storage facilities that are larger for the workforce. That section will be completely separate from the other section. They won't have any communication to get to and from, because if there's special hours, for roofers and stuff. So all of the RV parking that is going to be tall will be in the very back along the canal. So you won't even see it. And the pathway that they're talking about, the riding ball is raised and then goes down literally about 10 feet, and that's where the ditch is that Mr. Cranick needs to use to irrigate the rest of the field, this whole field over here, and the headwater, or the gate, I guess, whatever you call it. Head gate, thank you, I got both of them, right? Head gate is actually goes from north to south. So you have to keep that open and clear, because he has siphon tubes in there, to water that yard, or that field. And if you put a pathway in there, you have to fill it up. And it will also be down hidden, 10 feet below the canal. So yeah, kids can go down there and smoke pot, or do whatever they're doing, and see all these trailers and motorhomes and think, oh gosh, we can just drive our pickup truck along this road and trespass and load up. So the pathway is probably not a good idea. And like someone said, there's no homes there, there's no people, and there's no connectivity. You have to trespass to get to it, either from Mansfield Park or on my property or to the south on the one neighbor, Red and Judy's home. And they call the sheriff all the time anyway when someone's trespassing behind that. And I did have the superintendent, Greg Curtis, come out, walk the canal with me. You all have that email. He is dead set opposed to that, because then it's going to encourage erosion and trash and disturb the maintenance and trespassing, because it doesn't go anywhere. They'll just make a U-turn and walk right along the canal bank. Plus, then they'll go either direction and trespass behind the private owners. So that's that. And does that help you with what my plan is for a layout?
Yeah, I was just concerned for you from the standpoint of if it's an additional 25-foot setback above and beyond the 100.
Oh, thank you very
or
much.
whether the landscaping could be within the 100-foot setback. The only thing I guess I would give you counsel on is you probably have high groundwater out there, especially and it's an agricultural area. You're probably going to be needing to provide on-site retention of stormwater for control of that. So you might work that into your landscape features.
Thank you. More money, yeah.
Yeah, no, that's actually less money. If you try to go underground, you're going to be spreading it out so you don't have buildings. So that's just something to keep in mind. Will can help you with that.
Yeah, thank you.
You bet.
Really, thank you. So then the other thing was like on the, sometimes we just have to embrace change even though we don't want it. Just like we didn't want the pandemic, we got it. No one's flying, everybody's buying RVs, now they need a place to put them. We have to accommodate people, so let's try and do that. And decrease crime, decrease traffic, and I kind of agree with the roundabout thing. If people are walking to the restaurant and there's a school on each side of me, they're never going to get across the street, because even though it's a roundabout, it is constant traffic. They need regulated lights where they have a crosswalk that they can cross and not get hurt. That's just my thought, but whatever you guys want to do. As like the height restrictions, like they were saying in the both subdivisions, not so much Royal Meadows, but Mansfield Park and Lava Springs, a lot of those homes have eaves that are 16 feet high to 18 feet to accommodate for RV parking. So it wouldn't really be out of the norm to see that, you know, even if it was closer than 100 feet, because they've already got them and they need them. And I'm not opposed to making more RV spots than storage units because they need them, even though people do build storage units for the money. I'm not doing that. I'm doing it because there's a need and I want to spend more time with my mom. The other notes that I took were, the fact that, like Lauren brought up, the CPDED, that stands for Crime Prevention Through Environmental Design. So when I went on their website, you can specifically angle lights and cameras, so it's full coverage and it's dim, it's not really bright. And they even give you ideas of landscaping so that people can't hide behind, even if it's on the outside of a wall. But I will have a wall, not a fence, and it will be 3 colors and 3 different textures, and have all their landscaping like you want. And I guess that's all I wrote my notes on. Do you have any? The other thing I did on my research that you guys mentioned, that Danny mentioned, was that I did do statistical research through a title company on all of the houses in Nampa and subdivisions, and they only do 15 to 20% in each subdivision of RV parking. That's it. 15 to 20% of the homes will have an RV parking. And all the new houses that are being built, they have 6-foot fence, and you can park behind it, but it doesn't hide your RV because they're only 6 foot tall. So, okay, questions, lay it on me.
Council, do you have any questions?
You know, Mayor, if I could.
Okay.
Linda, you've done an amazing job.
Well, thank you, Mr. Rodriguez.
Boy, I tell you, I have never seen any, every time we come up with a storage unit, we get negative. This one's a positive.
Wow, well,
So
thank
you have done a great job. So I just want to say thank you for all your diligence on this and making our city better for what you have for us.
You can thank my dad.
Yes, by all means. And Dick's listening to you, by the way.
I hope so, yeah. He'd be proud of all of you too for being so nice to me.
Mayor, I always have a side note, you know, so if we ever need to lobby for something, we can hire you to do that?
Absolutely. I do my homework, that's for sure.
Okay.
Okay, is there any further questions? Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you all very much,
Thank you.
really.
Thank you.
So are there
And
questions?
Sandy, thank you too. I know you haven't really mentioned too much, but.
She's listening.
Yeah.
At this time, if there are no further questions, because I believe we can visit with staff outside of public hearing, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved, Mayor.
Second.
It's been moved and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, what's the will of the council?
I think Councilman Haverfield should make this motion.
Well, I'm not going to change anything. I'm just going to go ahead and make a motion that we approve the comp plan amendment from medium-density residential to community mixed use with a BC zoning as requested, annexation to be included. Can I have this all in one motion, or do I need to break it up into 3?
Let's go back to your motion that you had, Doug.
Okay. So my first motion then will be to approve the comp plan amendment proposed from medium-density residential to community mixed use.
Second.
Thank you. And Doug, would you please put them on the screen? Because you had a recommended motion. If we could go back to that, that'll help us make sure that we get it all.
Gene, did you second that, or did I?
I think Jacob did.
Oh, Jacob, okay, thanks.
I'm sorry. Get back to that.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So back to the first motion, was it to, can you state it again? as we're looking at I just want to make sure I get them all as we go through.
You can read that?
As a matter of fact, I can.
Okay, my motion was to approve the comp plan amendment proposed from medium-density residential to community mixed use.
Perfect. And that was seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi? Yes. Bauer?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes. Then my second motion then will be to approve the annexation and the zoning request to a BC zone as presented to us.
Second.
Discussion. Roll call.
Brunner?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi? Yes. Bauer?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes. The final motion will be to approve the conditional use permit for the development of this project with recommended conditions of approval presented by staff and the development of a development agreement, language to be determined by staff.
Second.
Discussion, Mayor, is the pathway included in that or not included in that?
Yes, Mayor Councilman Brunner, one of the conditions is a pathway requirement.
Okay, I would like for that to be amended then, for me to vote for that, for there to be no recommendation of a pathway.
Okay, my motion then will be to include the elimination of the pathway requirement.
Second.
Okay, for the discussion side, I need to ask real quickly, and I think we're outside, but I'm curious about the required pathway. I'm just curious if that's part of an extension of a greenbelt that is part of the city. Was there any discussion of that?
Yeah.
Because that's a Parks and Rec recommendation, is that correct?
Thank you, Mayor, Council. So it is part of our bike and ped master plan layout for the network system. It is a portion of that following the Reidenbach Canal clear out to the Canyon County line to make a future connection into Meridian. So it's a long ways out. Right now it doesn't go anywhere. We'd like to hope in the future we would have connections to Ada County. So it's one of those things where, if you build it, they will come, maybe, someday in the future. It does not connect over to the Stoddard pathway because, as you know, the Stoddard does not come south of Locust because we lost that easement. So, there is some disconnection there, but the idea was to have a feature network going to the east. So but it's entirely up to you to determine whether or not you wanted to.
Okay. Does the 10-foot sidewalk, that's not real wide, but would that accommodate the pathway? You would have to take a jog up and continue your pathway along Locust Lane.
We've done that on numerous occasions where we've created the multi-use pathway via a 10-foot sidewalk. It can be asphalt, it can be concrete, however the developer wanted to do it. So that's certainly an option.
Okay, so this decision would not preclude a long-term plan for the connectivity of our pathway?
No.
It would not? Okay. Thank you for answering that question.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I think that's important to understand as we make a decision. But there was a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion?
Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you. And maybe this is for Christy. So if we were to do away with the idea of them having a path, and I understand the reasons that the neighbors are expressing, but I also understand the future and how hard the Bike and Pedestrian Committee works to come out with this master plan. So if we don't require it now, then the Bike and Ped or the city of Nampa is going to have to come up with the funding eventually to do it on their own.
Councilman Levi, that's a potential future cost for when there may be connectivity in the area. As you guys are aware, as properties annex into the city, it tends to leave gaps. There will be likely a gap at Mansfield there on Locust as we go east. So there will be some situations where we may have to do some road widening, may have to build those multi-use pathways at that time when it's needed or necessary. The kids right now will be walking to school from those areas south, so to have a multi-use pathway on that side of the street wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing. Wouldn't necessarily help them to go through the project, but to go north on a 10-foot sidewalk would certainly help them. Again, you could take that pathway requirement and just shift it and make it a sidewalk requirement instead.
So are you talking, I'm sorry, go ahead, Councilwoman Levi.
Thank you. Follow up, Christy. So I really understand what the neighbors' concerns are, and I also understand when the law enforcement gentleman was talking about, and I'm going to use words that he didn't specifically use, but being proactive and not promoting possible crime activity. But I also am a big advocate of having walkways and paths and that connectivity. In your studies, Christy, is there anything that we can do to be proactive that protects not only the neighborhood, but in the future, I don't know, balances out the fact that the city is not going to have to come up with the money to connect it, to add to the beauty of our city?
Yeah, you're correct, Councilwoman Levi. So SEPTED is huge in design for things like that. You can do lower fence requirements that have some visibility to them. You can, create rules. We have rules in our linear parks that don't allow for motorized vehicles. So the use of motorcycles and ATVs and those kinds of things would go down, hopefully. Because it would be monitored by our Parks Department. Some of the other things too is things sometimes on pathways that are well used, crime actually goes down because there's more eyes on the road at that point. And they're not, it's not just one or two people that are using it, it's a whole neighborhood that might end up using it. And so then there would be more visibility rather than less. Again, when you're talking about connectivity and the folks that live to the east, they aren't seeing a lot of use now, but they are seeing some trespassing. So if you were to put in an actual pathway with those rules on it, you might see less trespassing. I don't know. It's hard to say. When you're venturing out into areas out here that are underdeveloped and what we would like to see, it's really hard to say how long it would take for those kinds of things to start to happen.
So I have a quick question for you. So here the applicant's to provide a 10-foot wide sidewalk along Locust Lane, but the sidewalk on South Side is not designated to be 10 feet.
That's correct.
Could South Side be required in lieu of a pathway, require the South Side sidewalk to be 10 feet?
Yes, Mayor, absolutely.
And that would take care of the pathway. We would just, at this time, determine that we're not going to use the other pathway for the continued plan, but we would use our sidewalk. That would also provide a safer, wider biking and pedestrian path along a busy road.
That's correct.
Okay, so is it too late to include the 10-foot sidewalk on South Side?
Mayor, if you're going to remove the pathway condition, you could do a sidewalk in lieu of the pathway condition.
Okay. So it's a little bit additional cost, but we're doing a sidewalk anyway. It's expanding that sidewalk to 10 feet in lieu of.
Again, it could be concrete or asphalt. If we're doing a 10-foot multi-use pathway, they are allowing those to be constructed in asphalt.
In asphalt, okay. So with that, we have a motion on the table, and this is the discussion. And so the discussion is around the pathway. And so not requiring, but I would like to ask Councilman Haverfield if you would consider restating your motion and changing that from a pathway to widening the sidewalk that is already designated to be done, but extending that into a 10-foot pathway in lieu of the other pathway that was in.
So are you, like a bike path? I mean.
That it would be a bike and pedestrian path, and so it is a little bit difficult because we're outside of the public hearing side. I know, it's awkward.
Mayor
I just
Klein?
need to defer.
So you're talking about on Locust and on South Side?
Locust is already stated in the conditions,
Okay.
but South Side is only stated as a sidewalk with no width. And so
So-
this would be a 10-foot sidewalk or pathway, which could be asphalt or concrete because it's a pathway in lieu of the other pathway.
Right, on South Side. So Doug, can I ask Doug a question then?
Yeah.
The 100-foot setback requirement, it would be within 50 feet of that is road right-of-way. Would this sidewalk be within the property owner's property, or would it be in the right-of-way?
It would be, Councilmember, Mayor and Councilmember Habersville, it would be in the right-of-way.
Okay, so it wouldn't impact their ability to put landscape swales or whatever they needed to for that purpose. Okay, I'll amend my motion then to,
I'm sorry, it could go through the landscaping area if,
it could meander. if
it could meander.
Yeah,
Meander.
and they could work that out. Okay, I'm going to pull my motion
And amend it.
and amend it. Who was the second?
Jacob.
Jacob, you were the second? Okay. So Randy, would you like to restate your motion?
I'll try. So my third motion was to approve the conditional use permit with the recommended conditions, approve the conditional use permit with the staff recommended conditions of approval, except for the pathway requirement, which would be amended to include a 10-foot pathway or sidewalk feature along Southside Boulevard.
In the development agreement?
And a development agreement to be drafted by staff.
Second.
Sure. Okay.
Okay.
We're good.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Brunner,
Yes.
Mucci,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
So before we end, I want to make a couple comments. As you know, probably you all know, and we're concerned that we're not real favorable towards storage units, right? The one thing I have to say is that we have a council and myself that listen, right? And then Linda, you've done an absolutely outstanding job. For taxpayers in general, one of the reasons why the concern over storage units has to do with a couple of things. One, overbuilding, and taxes. So, and this, here my intent in this, one of my goals is we need to get our taxes down. The right kind of development helps get our taxes down. Storage units do not contribute to that because they don't produce jobs, and also the taxes, because it's not a development. It's like, but the restaurant does. So the mixed development is excellent. However, even though it doesn't take us in the right tax direction, I just want our citizens to understand that's part of the reason why there's a concern over storage units, because the overabundance of storage units does not help us get our taxes down. Because the taxes generated don't really even cover the cost of the services provided to the city. If we continue to overly, and this is the word I'm going to use, populate with storage units. That said, there's also a need. And so that's why the 2,500 foot has been taken into consideration. And I think it's important that we remember that when we're developing. In order for us to develop well as a city, we need wise development. And so that's where we're trying to go, is with wise development. Linda, you've done a really good job because you've talked to your neighbors, you've identified what a need is, and you've presented it well. And so I just want to applaud you for that. And for the citizens that have been willing to spend your evening with us this evening, thank you. It's important. We want to make wise decisions we want to do the right thing for our community long term. And so I also want to say this does not set a precedent for future storage units. It just doesn't, because what we've done is we've amended our comp plan. We worked hours and hours and listened to our citizens on that comprehensive plan. But it's not set in stone, and we recognize, and Doug worked so diligently on that. And so I want to make sure that if people listening think, oh yeah, we'll just switch and change, because really you have a good plan because it's taking you in a direction in your plan development as a city. And that's very important. And that's why you had a whole lot of things that, regulations and different requirements that were put on this particular, right? We also want to protect the investment of our citizens, right? And those homes and the values. And so how we develop as a city is really, really important to protecting the investment and the value of our citizens' homes, right? Because there's some great subdivisions and homes right around there. But the fact that they all said, yes, we want this, that's massive. So anyway, I just thought I'd share those comments as we end this entire segment. And thank you to you all for being here tonight. And thank you for your work. It was great.
Mayor, I want to thank them all for voicing, and guess what? I'm inviting you to stay the next couple hours if you're entertained. It's a bad Monday night football game. You might as well just.
No, wait a minute.
There's two games. I
Kansas
forgot
City
about
Chiefs are playing tonight and I'm missing it.
Yeah, but the New England quarterback's not fair. He's not even able to play.
Yeah, I know, but it's still going to be a good game. I'm sorry I'm missing it.
I'd like to see you have Doug Brochie stay here a little bit longer. I don't think that's going to happen, is it, Doug?
He's got his hat on. He's going.
He's leaving.
So I know we have one more public hearing, but I'm going to suggest that we take a 5-minute break and then we'll come back and resume. Okay. Debbie, thank you. I left my computer. I couldn't. Next public hearing is a zoning map amendment from unzoned to BC Community Business at 0 North Broadmoor Way and 0 Northside Boulevard, and the adjacent unzoned right-of-way, which is a 3.52 acre portion of, in the Noble Tract subdivision. This is to zone a piece of land that should have been zoned at the time of annexation for the city of Nampa on behalf of the owners, which is Idaho Arts Charter School. And is the applicant here this evening? No. Christy Watkins is our applicant. So thank you, Christy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Yeah, we're going to make this really easy. The action required from you tonight is basically a housekeeping item. It is to assign a land use zone to property within the city limits that remained unzoned due to previous municipal land uses that existed on the property. The property is currently unzoned and is surrounded by BC and IL zoned properties that used to make up the Broadmoor Golf Course area, and were all unzoned prior to the recent development that has taken place in that area. So the findings of fact, just real quickly, the current land use is a parking lot, is not really considered development, and has been allowed as an accessory use to the school. It still has to follow all the same improvement requirements as conditioned by the engineering department and the planning and zoning department per city code, so it's easier to have a zoning designation applied to it so that we can apply the right regulations. The proposed map amendment is compliant with the city's currently adopted comprehensive plan and comprehensive plan land use map. The proposed map amendment would provide for a proposed use or set of uses that would be at least reasonably compatible with the adjacent properties. The proposed map amendment would make a change on the land use map of the city that would establish the area of zoning to be the same as or compatible with the adjoining district. The proposed map amendment would not create a spot zone, and the proposed amendment would be in the interest of the public and reasonably necessary. Just in case the school ever did choose to expand into that area, then they would not have to go through a rezone process. So as you know, in the BC zone, there is a list of signs that are generally allowed in that zone. There's also lists of uses that are allowed, which is fairly extensive, either allowed outright or by conditional use. At this time, of course, it is just a parking lot. So then the agency comments, the building department just said that if anybody ever was going to develop on the property, that they would be required to follow the building regulations as stated in Title IV. Should council choose to approve the rezone request, staff recommends the standard conditions that are listed in the staff report, which would be to follow the building department recommendations. And again, the action required from you this evening is approval of the request to rezone the unzoned properties to BC at 0 Broadmoor Way, 0 Northside Boulevard, and the adjacent right-of-way for Idaho Arts Charter School. I will stand for any questions.
Thank you. So as this says, it's for the Idaho Arts Charter School. They support this they support this.
Yes.
Okay,
So,
on their behalf.
Mayor, just to clarify that, when I was doing the site improvement permit for the expansion of the parking area, I noticed that this area was still unzoned, and technically the city's not supposed to entertain unzoned properties. So I thought, just as a cleanup item, it would be nice to get this under control. So I contacted the school, and she provided me with all of the ownership information. They signed the affidavit of legal interest to go forward with it. So yes, they were in support of it.
Thank you.
You're
Are there any other questions?
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
Christie, the property immediately to the east is community mixed use and industrial. Is that a light industrial classification?
Yes, Councilman Haberfield.
So it is already zoned light industrial.
Yes.
So this is the only property that was left that wasn't zoned.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting.
Yeah, isn't that weird?
Yeah.
Perfect. Well, thank you for finding it. If there are no further questions, I'll just go to, this is a public hearing. We do not have anyone signed up at this time to testify in support of or in opposition to this. Is there anyone here that had intended to speak at this public hearing? Seeing none, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Mayor,
Yes.
I'm sorry, I had a question. I couldn't get my thing to unmute. I wanted to ask Christy a question. May I do that before we close?
Well, we can close public hearing and you can still ask Christy a question.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor and it's been seconded. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so let's, Councilwoman Levi, go ahead and proceed with your question.
Thank you. A couple questions. Christy, so please clarify. So who retains do we retain ownership of this piece of property? Because I noticed that the school's principal's name was on there. Where does the ownership go? And then because the school has been parking on it tentatively, what happens to their situation for parking?
So, Councilwoman Levi, this is the school's property. So they provided me with their deed and the affidavit of legal interest to proceed on their behalf to zone this accordingly to match what the school is zoned. So it is their property, it's their parking lot. The adjacent right-of-way belongs to the city of Nampa. We just included all of it in together just so there weren't any gaps.
And follow up, please.
Yes.
And that helps me then, because as I was looking at the uses permitted in the zone or the CUP, I was concerned about what would be built around a school just for protection and longevity. And knowing that the school would still own the property, that makes me feel a lot better. Thank you.
You're welcome. As a matter of fact, this just gives them the opportunity to expand their facility without having to go through the rezone process.
Are there any other questions or is there any discussion? Okay, I would stand for a motion.
So moved, Mayor.
Second. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Bruner,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
Mucci,
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Thank you. So that concludes our public hearings, and at this time, we will move back to new business. And I believe we are ready for item number, actually, our items are 5.3. Okay, mine are off on here, but it's probably because I wrote on it. It's not your fault. I added notes, and I think I got my numbering system off. So, let me go to a different sheet. You're welcome. Okay. Item number 5.3 is an action item. This is to authorize, thank you, Matt, for being here, CDBG staff to allocate $35,000 in 2019 program year CDBG funding to the 2019 Nampa Family Justice Center remodel activity to cover the budget shortfall of $34,304.
Mayor, so move as stated.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Thank you, Matt, for standing up, but you got some exercise.
Makes it easy.
Yes. Is there any further discussion?
Just a reminder to the citizens that we do have this in our packet, so we're able to read ahead of time. I'm just not taking it out of the blue, okay? Thanks.
Yeah.
Mayor.
Roll call.
Mucci,
Yes, sorry.
Levi,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Bruner.
Yes.
Item 5.4 is an action item. This is to authorize the mayor to sign a contract with EKC Inc. for the remodel of the Nampa Family Justice Center.
So moved, Mayor.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Bruner,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
Mucci,
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Item 5.5 is an action item. This-
Mayor, does Patrick want to say something?
It's
or-
the next,
Oh, you're
He's
coming
the
back.
next one.
Okay.
was just that one.
You just
he's
prepared.
just ready.
Way to
Just
go.
ready, yeah.
He's ready. So item 5.5 is an action item. This is to authorize the mayor to sign the resolution and contract with Henriksen Butler for the office furniture purchase and installation for the Nampa wastewater treatment plant Phase 2 upgrades, Project D. This is the administration and laboratory building renovation for a contract amount not to exceed $72,850. It's been approved by legal and it is in the FY21 budget.
Mayor, so move as stated, and Patrick, during discussion, if he wants to add something, but I'll make the motion.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? That was easy. Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mucci,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Bruner.
Yes.
Item 5.6 is an action item to authorize the mayor to sign the agreement with Nampa Development Corp. For an exchange of the parking lots located at 12th Avenue and 3rd Street. And this is for the lot at 10th Avenue and 2nd Street. And Beth, thank you for being here.
Mayor and Council,
Appreciate
this
it.
one's not quite so easy because you have 2 agreements in your packet. So the first agreement that was in your packet was prepared for by the NDC Legal Counsel, Bill Nichols, and was reviewed by the NDC board at their last board meeting and recommended to come forward to you for consideration. There's one particular item we had a lot of discussion at the NDC board meeting for, which was item number 4 on the NDC version, says if any environmental remediation is necessary on the parking lot property, the city will reimburse NDC for the cost of remediation. And then in the second version, this is the one that was reviewed and modified by the city's legal counsel, Mr. Waterman, went through and specifically changed item number 4 to read warranties. Each party has inspected the property it will receive through this agreement. There are no verbal, express, or implied promises, agreements, stipulations, representations, or warranties or of any character whatsoever with regard to each respective property, including but not limited to implied warranties of merchantability and fitness for a particular purpose. So it took out the environmental liability retaining with the city and puts it all upon NDC. One of the challenges with this particular lot located at 12th and 3rd across from the library is that we've not done any environmental analysis on it. So there's been no testing to determine if there's any issues or not. We know there were issues underneath where the library exists today, and generally within the downtown area, that's always a bit of a risk. So that was some discussion within NDC, and they wanted to kind of kick it over to council to see what your thoughts are on it. Also within the document edited by the city's legal counsel, it incurs items number 8, A, B, and C, which just protected the city in terms of any redevelopment liability for the parking lot on 10th and 2nd, recognizing that it's already been developed into that parking lot space and would not require the city to do anything further. So with that, I will stand for your comments and suggestions if you feel like you want to direct staff to edit anything, or if you want to direct staff to take the city's version of the contract back to NDC for their consideration. I'm here to take your direction.
I have a quick question, Beth. I'm sorry, my computer went to sleep, so I'm trying to find it. But can you remind me, was there an option for a 50-50?
It was discussed at the NDC meeting. I think the NDC board recognized that there was an opportunity for negotiation with the city, whether NDC splits that cost 50-50 with the city or something else. So this was kind of a first round, I guess, of contract discussions, and certainly open for
Okay,
others
so
to
for the first
contribute.
contract, it is in a buyer beware type environment. The second the second contract is the buyer beware, and it's just fully the mutual liability, I guess, right? And then the other one is we assume the liability. And so then we have 2 NDC commissioners sitting here, which is you and your city council seat tonight.
Yeah.
So,
So Mayor, let me just ask right
Yeah.
out, is there any conflict of interest in us voting on this as Councilman Haverfield and myself being commissioners? Okay, you're shaking your
I
head.
don't think so, but
I'm looking at legal
we need,
now.
yeah.
Mayor, Council, I don't believe so. There's, I don't think so, no.
Okay, thanks.
Your seat is an appointed seat there to represent the city. Personally, I think I liked the discussion where there was a mutual responsibility that's shared on the lot between NDC and the city. I think, to me, that is the fair way to go. I know that in some of that discussion, there was a limit up to a certain dollar amount, or it could be mutual. So that would be the will of the council. You could go up to a certain dollar amount. We say we will each be responsible for up to, I don't remember what that dollar amount. Beth, did you have a?
I think, Mayor and Council, I think when we looked at our remediation costs for just the library, it was in that $150,000 range. So it's just
Total?
an example of what a remediation might cost. I will say, from your city staff economic developer perspective, NDC is charged, and one of their goals and objectives within the plan that covers downtown is cleanup of any environmental contamination issues. They do have more cash on hand than the city has access to for these types of projects. So we'll just add that bit of information from city staff perspective, not NDC staff perspective.
You know what, I appreciate that comment. So, which is very enlightening, that part of the responsibility of the urban renewal district is to clean up and remediate. Thank you.
Mayor Klein?
Yes.
When we had the discussion at the NDC level, part of the argument by our outgoing president of the council was that this was a purchase-sale type of approach. This, in my opinion, humble as it might be, this isn't a purchase-sale agreement. This is an exchange. And so my thoughts were, and as expressed, and then even to you, was that any cost should be mutual cost. It's a city benefit both ways. City's going to get a parking lot next to Fire Station Number 1. NDC is going to get a piece of property that could be marketed and developed, and then the tax benefit brought back in. So a mutual agreement to share the cost was kind of the direction I was happy to go, but I was obviously happy also to bring this forward to the city council tonight for the council's perspective and approval. This is new to me that you changed the agreement and added that language, which is a lot of legal speak. Thank you, Doug. So I'm still of the opinion that whatever we can do that's mutually beneficial to both is acceptable to me, no matter what hat I have on. So I think it's, I'd be happy with splitting the cost. I'd be happy to punt it back to the NDC and say, no, you bear all the cost. I don't think that's going to be reasonable. It's going to get punted back with a mutual. I think my opinion would be it'd still be mutually shared. So.
Okay.
Mayor, I will second what Councilman Hatterfield just said. There's 5, as citizens are aware, there's 5 commissioners on that NDC, and there's 2 of us, but I agree with the splitting of the cost.
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. One thing I'm concerned with is this trade of property, is I don't want to get into some of this dollar for the library kind of stuff. And so if we keep the parking lot and someone comes along with and I'll just see if I'm correct, Randy and Doral, that they purchased that land or that property by that was the 3rd and 12th, that they will make a good profit. Now, that would help us down the road. However, are we exchanging at the right level, or are we just giving away property for the city of Nampa?
Mayor and Council, I did include in your packet too, just kind of a recap of the presentation I gave you in your council meeting a couple of months ago. My analysis is that the market value for both parcels is fairly equivalent. There are pros and cons to each of them, and their development state is similar. The one on 10th and 2nd is in better condition if you want a parking lot in the downtown area, certainly. And that 12th and 3rd is better for redevelopment in terms of your traffic flow. So, but I would assess them at roughly the same value. I think if you want to have stipulations in the agreement that NDC, sell the property for a fair market value versus potentially going through a reuse appraisal type of process, which is what was done for the library, or even if you want to require them to only sell it for a certain reuse, those are all things council could consider as part of the agreement process.
Okay, and I think both of them are, would you say 385,000, something like that?
Between 300 and 350.
Yeah. So, but it says here at NDC's purchase price of property was 385,000, so that's why I say that. However, for the property at 12th and 3rd, that would go to NDC. That would not come to the city, correct?
Correct.
Okay, that doesn't make any difference, but it's the same concept. All right, thank you.
Mayor.
So.
And I can speak to what your concerns are. The property, the fair market value has been established pretty much. But what we can do is create an RFP that would be then sent to the development community, limiting or basically stating what the value of the ground is that we'll accept, but with a development agreement attached to it. We can do that as an NDC board. Can't do that as the city. The city can only sell the property. We can actually create a development requirement And that's what would be mutually
Okay.
or long-term beneficial to the city of Nampa.
Okay, thank you. That sounds better. All right.
The other comment with this is that the property at 2nd and 10th is the parking lot right next to Fire Station 1. And so when NDC was thinking about selling that, actually my thought was hence a trade of property. If we're going to sell a piece of property, I think the piece of property needs to be the one at 12th and 3rd so that we can retain the other property. Then we can look at the future use of that property. There's been discussion about expansion of Fire Station 1. And it's a long term, but it's currently a parking lot. It's in good shape. And it also gives us the opportunity to look at the long-term needs within our fire department. So that's why I support this trade and the mutual responsibility regarding anything found. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yes.
Thank you. And Beth, I appreciated your explanation as well. With the second contract, I appreciate the fact that the city wouldn't be bearing the expense of a possible remediation, because I was on the library board when that happened, and we were told as library trustees that there was a study done, an environmental study done, and there was not remediation that needed to be done. And so when it cut into our contingency fee, we were really surprised and taken back because that money was dedicated to other uses. And so when I'm looking at the exchanges of the two pieces of property, and my connection kind of cut out, so I don't know if someone answered this already. So the second contract would be between the city and NDC. No, I take that back. The first contract, or what Councilman Haverfield said, I apologize now, I don't remember, that we would split the cost if there was remediation done. But if the NDC can sell that property, does that split cost now become between the city of Nampa and the new developer that takes the property and no longer the NDC?
Who was that directed to?
I would think it's directed to Beth. So Beth, if you'd like to take a stab at answering that question.
Mayor and council, I would imagine the NDC will need to go through the process of hiring a consultant to do an initial phase 1 environmental assessment before they can even, effectively market the property, which will give us a good clue. Obviously, there are times where it doesn't show you everything that's there, but I can imagine that the contract agreement between the developer and the NDC would have stipulations around that if it's needed in that negotiation process.
So that takes the city of Nampa outside of having to be responsible for any remediation and splitting the cost with NDC?
I think it would, we could still potentially be, if we agree to split the cost of remediation, that would be part of the development package that would go out to minimize risk for the developer as part of that attraction of getting a project there.
And in support of what Councilman Rodriguez was saying, I would support something in the development contract that it could not be another reuse type project like the old library. Just my 2 cents.
I think too, I would recommend that in whatever we agree to, if we're sharing the mutual costs, that before any costs are incurred, that NDC would communicate with the city and we would approve that, that it wouldn't just happen and all of a sudden we got a bill. So does that already state that?
And Mayor, just, and you correct me, Councilman Haverfield, if I didn't hear right, but my understanding, and that was mainly from Commissioner Bills when he was on the commission, was that he felt like from his development background, there'd be no developer involved, interested unless the remediation was taken care of prior to.
Identified, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Mayor, council.
Go ahead.
Would you like to have, we talked briefly around a maximum dollar amount. Do you want, and I think if you had a $100,000 or 150 of the total cost, that would be a reasonable amount to go forward to the development community with in terms of mitigating their risk. So 50% of what's your maximum amount that you would want to participate?
I would feel comfortable, I'm sorry.
You're welcome to go.
Okay.
Yes.
I would feel comfortable with stating that as city, we would be obligated to 50% of 100,000. and that anything above and beyond that, the NDC would bear. City has limited funds. The NDC is a development arm, and that's what we're supposed to be doing in that commission. So I think that's a good faith, punt the ball back to the NDC and see what happens with that. So I guess with that, I'd make the motion to move forward with this if you're okay with it.
I'm okay with that.
I would make the motion to approve the exchange agreement with a modification to line item 4 to indicate that the city of Nampa would be willing to pay for 50% of costs associated with environmental remediation up to a value of $100,000, which the city's participating part would then be $50,000 max.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded, and for discussion, I'd like to defer to Councilwoman Levi just to give you opportunity. Did you have another question or comment?
Yes, I did have, and now I might be limited because I can only comment on the motion, but oh my gosh, it just flew out my mind what I wanted to ask. We can't have the environmental study done before.
Yes, the environmental study will more than likely be done. Well, it won't be done before this vote or before we sign the agreement, but it will be done likely before the property is marketed.
And Mayor, that would
Yes.
be something the NDC would initiate.
Would just, yeah, thank you.
And then to follow up on that, so is it the NDC then that would put in the contract, or we as a council would say that it could not be a reuse property like the old library?
Mayor and council, we can work with legal counsel to add a new numbered item within this agreement that specifies that NDC will facilitate the redevelopment of the property to sell the property at no less than fair market value, or some type of language like that.
Thank you. Well, I've been told since, back in 2007, when I first got on the library board, that was such a lucrative piece of property. And I just want to ensure that we are doing the best that we can for our citizens and making sure we have the best use out of that piece of property. Thank you.
Is there any other discussion?
Mayor Kling, I'm confused about the old library scenario. That was an old building that had up to $750,000 worth of remediation that would have to take place, which the developer took on. So we basically gave up a loss of $750,000 as a city to get a developer encouraged to go ahead and go in and put in a value of $2 million or whatever it was in taxable value. So that's a completely different scenario. We're talking about a piece of ground that's basically a parking lot that's aged. That would be all removed, and a building would be placed on it, and a use and a taxable value associated with it, and also a fair market value sale of the ground, which the NDC then would be able to take and put it back into the bank. So it's all a positive move, I think, on the part of giving the city a piece of ground next to Fire Station Number 1 for parking, and then a marketable piece of property that can be developed and then taxable base added back to the city. So I think it's a completely different scenario than the old library.
Thank you for your comments. Are there any other further comments? Hearing none, roll call.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Brunner,
Yes.
Mucci,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Thank you, Beth. Appreciate it. Okay, item 5.7 on the agenda is an action item. This is to authorize the Fleet Services Superintendent on behalf of the Nampa Police Department to sign a 3-year lease renewal contracts for 12 various Nissan vehicles for the police detectives. This is approved in the FY21 budget. And thank you so much for being here, Doug.
My pleasure.
Mayor, so move as written. and
Sorry,
stated.
Doug, second. Okay, it's been moved and seconded by
Yeah, I'm
Jim.
sticking around for the fire thing too, so.
Oh, you are? Okay, so good. We're so glad you're here.
Hopefully you can stay.
We appreciate your work.
I just
Thank
hope
you.
those detectives use those cars well. So where's Chief O over there? Okay.
You should make the chief use one of those.
He's listening. Okay, is there any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
Mucci,
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Our next item is 5.8 on the agenda. This is an action item to authorize the mayor and the Public Works Director to sign a professional services agreement and task order with Brown and Caldwell for fiscal year 2021 Environmental Compliance Division. This is technical support consultant services, and this is included in our FY21 budget. Hi, Nate.
Good evening, Mayor.
Good evening.
And councilmen and women. And so this is an annual contract with Brown and Caldwell. They've supported the Environmental Compliance Division for about the last 10 years, plus or minus. What you'll see in your packet on this item is also a history of expenses or professional service fees over the last 3 years with Brown and Caldwell. You'll notice that this year it's quite a bit more. The primary reason is that NAMPA's stormwater permit that the Environmental Protection Agency prepared. The city anticipates to get that in November of this year, and about $140,000 of this contract are to establish plans to implement the next 5 years of that, implement that permit over the next 5 years. So we need to build a plan this year, fiscal year 2021, and then this plan that Brown and Caldwell helps us with puts us on a path for compliance with the EPA for the next coming years. So,
And that said, you will anticipate their fee to go back next year to in the range that it has been traditionally,
Mayor,
because the
correct.
work will be completed.
yes.
Great. Nate, thank you. Are there any further questions?
Mayor, I have a question. Nate, I looked at the numbers here, and I'm kind of confused a little bit. So in number 400, it says Stormwater Management Program, 915, 125,274, and then underneath that 410 is the program management, and 160, yeah, and then it goes 23,886. Where are they coming up with all these numbers? And why do we are getting charged twice for program management? You see what I mean?
Mayor and Councilor Rodriguez. So, yeah, so the numbers, if you were to, I think what you're seeing are the labor hours, and then you're seeing.
Hours, effort, and total effort, yeah.
But I'm sure you're focused on what are all these numbers, and I think if the numbers are the 410, for example, as a subset. And to break it down, what we're paying for is everything under 400 is specifically related to the new permit.
Oh, I see. Okay.
When you look at the 300s, those are service technical support that involves field work as well as just resources that we don't have in-house when we're researching different sampling and monitoring requirements. And then under the 200 general compliance, that reaches out to the airport as well. The Environmental Compliance Division oversees the airport's federal permit. And then on the 100, the project management. So that's your basic communications with staff, where we at, and billing. Under 410, program management, that is specific to the permit. So
Okay. Yeah, you had them labeled differently than what you just said, so.
Okay.
That breaks them, that's clear now, so thank you.
Thank you, Nate. Are there any further questions for Nate? Okay, seeing none, I'd stand for a motion.
So moved, Mayor.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Brunner,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
Mucci,
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Thank you, Nate.
Thank you, Mayor.
Appreciate your
Councilors.
work. Our next action item is to authorize the engineering division to proceed with a formal bidding process for waterworks material restock. This is an FY 2021 project, and it is approved in the budget. And this is a little different than what we approved at the last council meeting. This is just the general material that's needed versus the.
Mayor,
So moved.
so moved. You're, no, no. Nick,
Okay,
get-
so,
make sure
so
this
moved
lady
by
gets-
Jean and seconded by Darrell.
Yeah.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call?
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
Brunner,
Yes.
Mattei.
Yes.
Way to go.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is action item 510. And it's an action item, and it's to authorize the fire department to move forward with the proposed timeline to provide the council. They're actually going to verify and review findings of the consolidation of the financial feasibility study through the City of Nampa Finance Department. They're going to work on public input and the governance details. So with that, Chief Carpenter, thank you for being here.
You bet. You bet. Good evening, Mayor and Council. We did have intent to make a presentation, but we went ahead and put it in your packet. All of us were at the workshop on September 14th, where we were given the details of the work done by Galena Consulting. And really, we're just looking for permission before we move forward with any further works from council to continue to work more closely with our finance team and Director Doug Racine to give you details on those fiscal models that were given to us through Galena to open up the opportunity for public input for council's consideration, to begin works and present council with what draft intergovernmental agreements would look like and read as well as provide the information on the governance model that would take place should a consolidation occur. Unfortunately, at the very end of our workshop on the 14th, the council had items that they needed to take care of, and we really didn't feel like we got good direction. So I think the best course of action was to come ask permission to move forward before we really did anything further. So tonight we are asking for your approval to move forward with the timeline cited in the letter attached to the agenda item. And I definitely stand here for any question, as well as I know Galena was able to attend to answer any further questions you might have from their findings.
Mayor, I do have three questions, and I wasn't part of that meeting, so I apologize. So Ann and so on. So three questions. I think, Chief, I think maybe I did ask, and there's no big hurry, but I'm interested in the full district geographical area, seeing that map.
So that was the only thing I did bring with me to present, but we don't have anything to present.
Number two, I know the population is growing, and the census will show us different, what the approximate population number is of that district.
Okay. I can give you, I do have that number with me.
Okay, and then number three, then I'll be quiet and then listen. And number three, then on the 5 commissioners, if this should pass, are those at all have to be in certain districts, or does the whole district vote on all 5 commissioners?
So I can answer all three questions if you'd like, Councilman Brunner, Mayor and Councilman Brunner. So at the end of 2019, during our research for this, for Galena, we provided them with the demographics from Intermountain Demographics. The projected population for this year for the full district, for the full fire district, which would include the city of Nampa and the 3 sub-districts currently for the fire district, is 122,422. Of that number, the city's population makes up just over 83% of that population at 101,744. During the works of 2017, we had a draft map that was submitted to the county for approval, and I can give you a picture of very close what the 5 districts would look like.
I can get the map.
Yep.
So that would be.
So in speaking with several other people who have gone through districting, the process that would occur should a consolidation take place is actually all 5 commission seats would need to be re-voted in the next election process, which would be the year after the annexation occurred. So the current seats would sit in place while intergovernmental agreements were made with council and commission, and then the next election cycle, all positions would be re-elected by the new sub-districts that would be formed.
And Kirk, could I ask a question? Could, in that interim timeframe before they're voted on, we had discussed the possibility of appointing 2 council members to sit in those 2 seats
So, and by no
Until-
means.
can we do that?
And by no means would I be legally a legal profession, but from what I understand, because of the current governance of the district, we would only be appointing as basically advisors to the 3 commissioners in place. The only intent of agreements would be the intergovernmental agreements between the city and the district. We would still be operating underneath the city in the current planned budget that we've already processed through our finance department.
So Mayor, I still need clarification on the voting of the commissioners. So would they be by district or the full?
Yes.
So you'd have to, all 5 individuals would need to live in certain
Correct.
segments of the district.
Correct.
And with Napa being 83% of the makeup, then I would be hopefully that at least 3 of the commissioners would be in the city limits of Napa.
So yes, with the
I'm
intent of.
seeing Ann over here shake her
With the
head.
intent of each sub-district
Okay.
to be as close
And
as
hopefully
possible.
4. Okay.
As close as possible in size and population. That would give you a projected, around an 80% population would be within the city limits of each sub-district.
And who, I'm sorry, Mayor, I keep going, but who makes up the geographical boundaries of these segments of the district for voting purposes?
So that occurs at the county and would need to go through an approval process through the.
But I guess I'm asking
Asking
then who would make the recommendation, not the final decision, but the recommendation?
And thank you for being here tonight. And Ozzy, thank you.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Brunner, so what we understand is we have this map that was from 2017. Richard Davies has updated this map with the current population projections, and he is waiting for the county to update the precinct because we need to make sure that the boundaries don't split up precincts. So the county's going to give us the updated precinct boundaries, make sure that they fit in the 5 district boundaries. Then the county has to approve it as being properly based on population. So they would be 5 districts equal of population as possible, not breaking up precincts. And so that would be part of what you would be directing us to do tonight, is to go through that process. And I would believe I think the draft map that the chief has here tonight is, we feel, 95% of the way there.
Okay, Mayor, if I may, so would the council have any say on, after looking at how those precincts and districts are broken up, as far as
Certainly.
affirming or not affirming?
Certainly, I
Okay.
believe that Chief Davies has just taken the original 3 districts that are in the current fire district and then filled them in through the city. So if we got a draft map that at least the county said, yes, this works legally, then our intent would be to bring it back to you and say, this is what the boundaries would look like, and you likely would have 3, if not more, districts within the city to appoint people in the interim too.
So not meaning to muddy the water, but to go further down this path, because of this census and the new information that's going to come in, have potential redistricting. And so I would anticipate that gets completed before we finalize this, because it's all subject to that.
Madam Mayor, depending on the timeline that this body chooses, I've run several scenarios, one being if we were to consolidate as of the first of the year, we would go with the map that's based on the most updated county population and precinct boundaries. We anticipate that the census information will come in April, if it does come when it's supposed to come. And we would, as part of the process of getting ready to advertise those positions for the 5 district commissioner election, those boundaries could be revised at that time based on the redistricting.
For the 2021 election.
Correct.
Perfect. Thank you.
Next November, yes.
A year from now. Okay. Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes.
I'm sorry, did you?
No, you can go. I'll go
Okay, I
after
was
you.
just going to make a motion.
I'd just like to make a comment.
Okay, go
Don't
ahead.
make a motion yet.
Okay.
Kind of going back some, I was on the council before, so I don't have any of the, to some of you, I don't have this, I don't know what went on or anything. I've been talking to Chief for a little bit, and I go back with Chief Davies a long time, years, and I really trust him. So I just kind of threw some numbers past him, and I feel like Chief Davies is a numbers guy, and he kind of gave me some of these numbers. So I asked Chief to go talk to some of our concerned citizens groups and some other groups, and just to see if this is something that in my opinion, some people smarter than me, if this would be a good idea. And so, the people I've talked to have been favorable of this idea, people I respect, people that understand numbers. And so I'm just open to the idea at this time, and would like them to research a little bit more, see if this is good for our city and for, some of the benefits that they've laid out.
Jacob, thank you for your comments. I'm going to follow your comments just to say, because you touched on the former administration. And so in considering a fire district, it is and I appreciate the alignment that we have in partnering with the team. What we are mutually looking for is how do we provide service, quality of service in the most cost-effective fashion and sustainability for the citizens of Nampa. Because we have sat here now for how many years needing Fire Station 6?
Yeah, well, if you hit the marker of when our call volume and response times, it would have been 2011 is when we
Right.
should have been.
So we're 9 years later.
And unfortunately, we talk about Station 6 and it's overwhelming at times when we need to recognize that we should be talking about Station 8 or Station 9. So it is difficult to imagine all of those needed resources being in our near future or even in the distant future as a city.
Mayor. So thank you, and I'll go to you next. So right now, we're very objectively looking at something that I highly recommend we continue looking at. I think that we need to continue to finalize the discussions with finance and look at the long-term pictures. I think that the work has been outstanding, and really appreciate the due diligence, because as Ann said, she came in very skeptical, right? Because she wants to make sure she's right. I think that's one thing I think I would say about you, Ann, is that you want to make sure you're right. And so she digs and digs and digs, and probably to almost prove it wrong. And through the process of this, found that it actually does make sense and it does work. With that, I want to make it very clear that any vote tonight to move forward is not authorizing. This is not a final decision. This is just giving the nod to say, yes, please continue the work, please continue the exploration. We would come back and vote in November. Is that correct?
That would be in one of the timelines offered. Really, the biggest part for me is the permission to go ahead and begin to gather public input for you. Those other works will take place and be only presented to council for what the drafts would look like. But before I took any action towards gaining public input for council, I did think it was necessary to get your approval to do that.
And thank you for doing that. Okay. Councilwoman Mungie.
Chief, when was Station 4 built?
Station 4 was built in 2004.
And what was the population then?
I would have to, I have it in the PowerPoint.
It's okay, you don't have to.
Station 5 was 2007, and we've doubled in population since then.
And so we would, under this plan, have 5 new stations in 19 years.
Over the 20-year period, or the next 20
Well, it'd be
years.
21, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, by 2040. And I think what strikes me is that every time we have a department head come forward, they say if we could have all of the money that the city has from taxes this year, then we could maybe get to kind of a par level, but we're still behind. And so I think that's what worries me most about not doing the due diligence on this. Not that any department is not incredibly important. I don't want to give people that impression, but this is life and property. And I think we have to move forward. I think that we would be I think we would be doing a huge disservice to our residents to not look at this when we do not have the capability to do this on our own right now with the call to decrease property taxes. It's an impossibility. I don't think it's just an improbability. And so I don't think we have a choice. Thanks.
Mayor Kling.
Yes.
I'm going to use one of Councilwoman Munchie's favorite things to say. Can you guarantee that we can raise this much, or is it just projection?
That's what I would like to do with our in-house finance department is give you a model that's been approved and ran through our financial team. What you're seeing there is models that were through a third-party consultant. So part of this permission is to provide you with.
So far, it's just projected. Nothing's guaranteed. I'm looking at how the consolidated district, what it can do that the city cannot, and the number that is on here is 3.4, but the math doesn't add up to 3.4, it adds up to 2.9. But regardless, we're talking about sales tax and property tax revenue, potential for reduction in administrative costs. I'm going to go back to the premise that I've always stated when I've had these conversations over the last 6-7 years. I just need to be convinced that what we're anticipating doing here is in the best interest of the citizens of Nampa. That's who elected me to sit in this seat, not the rural area. Although it's a benefit, it's the citizens of Nampa that elected me. So when we start talking about giving up something that I treasure, I think our fire department really is second to none. We have the highest insurance rating in the state. When you're asking me to give up something that has that kind of value to the citizens of Nampa to service a larger area with potential maybe getting some additional impact fee dollars back, it concerns me that, are we really looking at our citizens inside the city limits first? And that's what's important. What I'm seeing in this presentation is a blend, and we keep talking about the greater good, and that's all good. I appreciate that, and I would love to be able to service the areas outside of our boundary. But the problem we have with that is we can't control that. That's Canyon County. So a development could come in that would cause a strain maybe in an area or a sector that is outside of our control because it's not within our city limits. It might be within our impact areas. We might have a little bit of a say on, but it might start changing the dynamics of our capital improvement plan. So all that to say is I'm still going to be a hard sell on this because I want to make sure what I'm doing by my vote is right by the citizens of Nampa first, and then the rural district is going to get the benefit of our focus there. Fire station number 6 will help the western part of the county out there by virtue of its implementation. If we can focus on that, and that's a goal of ours to get done, we need to be doing that. We've been focused on replacement of equipment all these years, getting you the quick response vehicles, doing the things that we could do within the reasons of, the limits of what we had as a budget, and then trying to take everything else into consideration. If you can guarantee $3 million, you got my vote. But until you can guarantee that, I'm going to be with Gene Munchie and say, you better guarantee it.
Call me Munchie.
Munchie. Sorry.
Mayor and Councilman Hammerfield.
It's just, you can't hear this.
I guess what I would be suggesting is for me to move from underneath a mayor and council director and direction and governance to be governed by a 5-person commission. I too would need to be pretty guaranteed that it was going to be worked, because if there was anyone to be held accountable for this decision, it will be me.
Mm-hmm.
So when I bring you those numbers and I show you where the next 5 stations are actually within the city limits, although they do provide benefit to our district partners, our projections put all of the next 5 within our current city limits.
Okay.
So that partnership is today and will be, no matter what the conclusion of this data is a partnership that's better for the whole, which is I do think that, and nor do I want to give any picture that I don't know that this council supports the department. I know from the very first time I stood up here, I said I do not I wouldn't want to beat you because you're in some positions that you're in. There is just not enough, right? But at the same time, as you have a charge to the citizens, I do as well. And I want to provide you with the best data to make the very, very best decision in providing the care for our citizens.
Mayor.
Just as a follow-up, what is the cost of this service then that we're looking to be approved tonight?
Of the cost of anything we're going to do,
Yeah,
it would be no cost other than personnel time out of our approved budget.
then, okay, I can do that.
And Councilman Bauer, and then
Yeah.
Councilwoman Mutchie.
I would love to have Doug's unbiased, kind of breakdown of all the probably not tonight, but, in the future, we could have a really breakdown from you on what you think,
Right.
unbiased decision, what's best.
That's the plan. I've met with the Galena several times and had very open discussions. My point is they're going to do a projection from their side about what the future cost of a district would look like. I'm pretty much going to take that word for that aspect of it because I'm going to focus on what's best for the city. And that's where I'm residing. And I'm working on that now. I hope to have some data very shortly. It's just accumulating and aggregating it and say, what will the city look like if we finances look like if we don't do a district, and what will it look like if we do a district? And so it's that comparison of the two numbers that will help guide some of the decision-making process.
Thanks, Doug.
Councilwoman Mutchie.
Munchie.
Munchie.
I'm hungry.
Councilman Haverfield, I want to assure you that this is not a decision I think any of us is taking lightly. And I think what we heard at the beginning of this meeting tonight, had that little girl been in a pool out by my house, she would not have made it. She would have got to St. Luke's Children's, and that would have been it. And that is the reality, I think, of the situation we're facing. I don't think that mom cared that day that our firefighter worked for Nampa, but happened to be in Middleton.
Yeah.
He saved her life. And I think when it really comes down to that, that to me is the decision that we're making for our residents with their input. That little girl tonight, 7 years old, is still with her family because he was there at the very moment that he was needed. And I think, again, 8 minutes, she wouldn't be here. And I think it's that serious. And so I think we have a lot of due diligence to do, but I think it's incredibly important that we do it. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Real quick, just to clarify, we do have some money in our budget, but it would only be if I decide that Ann is going to do anything further to assist in gathering data. So I would say if it is any money spent, it would be because I asked for assistance from Galena, but there is nothing that isn't planned in our budget already that wouldn't be used for professional services.
Mayor?
5 hours tonight.
Yeah. Let me know if you need any help pricing out what a building will cost.
Okay.
And site development.
That sounds good.
With that,
That's free
Councilman
too.
Rodriguez, did you want to make a motion?
I did, Mayor, if I could.
Long time ago.
I have no
long time
idea
ago.
what your motion is, but I'm going to go
I
back to
know.
you to
Thank
make a
you,
motion.
Mayor. Thank you. And we know what, ladies and gentlemen, we've got to do this to figure out where we're going and how to do it. Because there's never a price on the safety of our community and of our property. So therefore, I would like to continue making a motion to do a sustainability survey and grant you permission to do that.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded, and this is also just to clarify, to review the findings and to work with Nampa Finance on their thing, to look for some public input, and to move forward in reviewing and
Providing
providing the
council
government, yeah,
with the data.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
all of that, okay.
Yes, all of that.
And that was a motion and second, correct? Okay. Any further discussion?
Just a question, Mayor. So no timeline when this will, I heard November at one time. Do we have a timeline or? we
November
just- it's just
16th
open?
would be the commitment I would make to get you all the data.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Okay. Seeing no further discussion, roll call.
Brunner,
Yes.
Mutchie,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mayor and Council, thank you very much.
Get to work.
I know I
You
was
got a
the
lot
last.
to do.
We will be working tomorrow. If I'm always available. If any of you would like to meet, it is my privilege to come to you. So, and I will actually send each of you the map that we have. It is very close to what it would look like, approved through the county for your consideration, as well as any other questions you might have. So.
And Mayor, if there's any projections on those, I realize you wouldn't have those necessarily now, but any just rough projections, what those 5 areas would look like? Thanks, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ozzie.
Thanks, Ann.
Thank you.
Okay, so our next item is item 511 on the agenda, and this is an action item. And this is to change the appointment of our city attorney from Hamilton, Michelson, and Hilty to Todd Lakey of Borton Lakey and Policy and their firm, effective November 1, 2020. And as Mark Hilty and Doug Waterman are here, I just want to say how much we have appreciated you and your work, and think very highly of you. And so we did go through an RFP on this process, and council's very well aware, and it did indicate a change. And then Todd Lakey is with us this evening, but I want you to know that we've appreciated working with you guys, and that we have the utmost regard for you, even as we go to make a change. So at that,
Here, I will make a motion to change the appointment of the city attorney from Hamilton, Michelson, Hilty to Todd Lakey, Borton Lakey Law.
is there a second?
I will make a second and then discussion. This is the toughest in my almost 5 years of any decision I think I've made here. Because there's no, and words don't mean a whole lot, I realize that. But I have all the respect in the world for Mark Hilty. And of course, I knew the past partners. And Doug, I mean, I've heard probably, if once, I've heard it times in the last 2 months, the rising star. But Mayor, I'm not going to dump on you, but you made a decision, and then as mayor, you work with the legal day in and day out. And I told you I was not willing to support one of the other candidates, but that I would support you in this case. So anyway, I will continue in my second.
Mayor Klein.
Yes.
And I too will thank you for the process. I know that it was thought out, and there was a lot of time and deliberation. I was a part of that, along with Councilman Rodriguez. Over the last 7 years, I've grown to know Mark and Doug and his staff. Appreciate them very strongly. I mean, very good law firm. Todd actually asked me if he could put a sign in my yard for his reelection, and I said yes. So I know Todd, he's a wonderful man. But as I've stated to council in closed door meetings, I have my reasons that I will not be supporting this motion, and that, and I'll just leave it at that at this point.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes.
With Doug and Mark and Todd here, I just want to, kind of echo a little bit of what Darrell said. This might be my hardest decision that I've had to make. And just so Todd knows, I was a no before you were even in the equation. And I do I have a lot of respect for Mark, considering him a friend, a lot of respect for Doug. I don't know what's going to happen right now, Doug, if something, I don't know how the dice are going to roll. So just a few months ago, everyone was saying how awesome you were, and I've really enjoyed, it's only been a couple months for me, but enjoyed working with you, Mark, Aaron, all of the firm. I really like them. Todd, I really like you as well. Go back, my grandpa Harmon and my brothers. And so I have a lot of respect for both of these firms. And it's not an easy first decision. What I'm trying to do is do what's best for the city, and what the people that voted me, what would they want. And I've tried to do what's best for the city. And to both of you, whoever is our lawyer, I just hope that you do what's best for the city, not what necessarily what I want or a council or a mayor or anyone wants. You make the right decisions, whether they're hard or tough decisions for the city and get us out of trouble.
Mayor,
Yes.
this is the agenda or the action item I've been dreading all night because it is very hard, even though I've known you longer, Mark, than I knew Doug, but I appreciate you both very much. Many of us were not part of the process, but the process was very well done. And we had to really rely on what that group who'd been tasked with this brought forward to us. And there was a lot of disagreement. We spent a lot of time on this one. There's a lot of deliberation because it feels personal. When you know people, it's not just hard, it makes you ache a little bit. And we've spent a month on this. So I want all of you to know this was not taken lightly. And I think we had some of our most contentious discussion that I've been part of thus far over this. So, but the mayor has to work with whomever represents the city legally every day. And I have to be aware of that. I work with legal representation at St. Luke's and we have to trust them. And so to put myself into the position of the folks who really facilitated the process, brought the information to us, and then where that has landed us today, I have to trust that this is in the best interest of the mayor and the team that has to work with this legal representation day in and day out. So again, I echo the sentiments of everybody. This was very, very, very hard, but the process was completely thorough. So I appreciate you bringing up your thoughts and recommendations on this.
Mayor Blake?
Yes.
I was on the, along with Councilman Haverfield on the board, interview board. And it was not a tough decision because it's best for our community. It's tough for friends and those who I truly call my friend. That's where the tough part was. But business is business. My philosophy is that you live and work and enjoy Nampa. That's my philosophy. And I said publicly, why are we going to a Meridian law firm and having them tell us our direction? We should have a Nampa firm. And I still stand that, and I'm having a tough decision with this because I do truly believe that. However, with all the discussions we've had over the last month, and they've been very contentious, we still respect each other, we still work with each other, and what direction we go on this issue is going to be best for the city, I believe. The mayor has chosen Borton Lakey, and that's who she feels she can work the best at. And sorry, Todd, your firm was not my first choice. But then I will say that I do know Todd, and I work with Todd. I don't know Borton, and I don't know the other gentleman that's on their firm. Luckily, Todd lives here, so he's a resident. So that throws a different link into the whole thing. And besides, he's willing to come to Nampa and put an office here for a certain amount of days. So that really kind of makes it easier for me to make a good decision. I hope we're going in the right direction, Mayor. Only reason I say is because I don't know yet. But Todd is a good man, and I know Todd. So I will support Lakey Borton.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Haverfield,
No.
Bauer,
Yes.
Brunner,
Yes.
Mucci.
Yes.
We have another action item, and thank you. So I would like to have Todd Lakey come forward in just a minute, but I think we need to go ahead. We have one more action item, and then we'll have you come forward, and I'll let you speak to the council if you would like to. The next action item is to authorize the mayor to sign the contract with Borton Lakey and which is the policy agreement for civil legal services. It's included in the packet.
I make the motion that we approve and contract.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Mayor Kling.
Yes.
This is the same contract. Nothing's changed from what was presented to us before.
It's a little lower, isn't it, as far as what I read?
This is, well, I'm not sure what you're referring to. So this is the packet, this is the contract that was in
In
your
their
packet.
packet?
Yes,
Okay,
the
so it
contract
hasn't-
that was in the packet.
It hasn't changed then.
No,
Okay.
no, the one that was presented in your packet. Yes, that is it. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Mucci,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Again, I want to do what's right by and abide by the council's decisions, so I will vote yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
As Todd makes his way forward, Todd, I'll let you come forward. Again, I would like to restate, I have the utmost regard for Mark Hilty and Doug Waterman. Thank the world. I've said a number of times, Doug, you are a rising star. Loved working with you. You've done an excellent job. Todd Lakey, I've had the opportunity to work with Todd in just different capacities over a long period of time. And the RFP response from Borton Lakey was outstanding. And the experience that is represented in the entire team, and that's what the RFP was based on, was the experience that is represented in the entire team. That was all taken into consideration. Todd's experience is lengthy, and he's been an attorney for a very long period of time, will be providing all the various aspects of legal service that we need when we're reaching out. And so Todd is my recommendation, Todd Lakey, and then supported by the Borton Lakey firm. And I just look forward to working with you, Todd. And would you like to share with us for just a minute?
Well, Madam Mayor and members of the council, I guess I would just start out by saying thank you for the opportunity. And immediately after that, also express my respect, ultimate respect for Mark Hilty. I've known Mark for a long time, and I don't know Doug as well, but I do respect Mark. He's a great attorney. It's a good firm. I also respect all of you. I've made tough decisions like this that you've just made, and they aren't easy, but I appreciate the thoroughness of the process and the opportunity to submit. I will, as I said in our response to the RFP, Nampa is my community, has a special place in my heart. I trust all of you to do what you feel is best for the city of Nampa, and my job as city attorney is to help you do that. Support your goals, your objectives, regardless of my perspective. And that said, I think our perspectives agree 99% of the time, but I'm here to help you do what you feel like you've been elected to do, and do that in the most cost-effective and legal way. Mayor, again, I appreciate the opportunity. I'm humbled by it and looking forward to it.
Thank you. Thank you, Todd. Thank you for joining us this evening. So that concludes the new business portion. We have already completed our public hearing portion, and we'll move on to item 7, which is unfinished business, and we do not have any action items there. 8 is pending ordinances, which there's no action there. The next item on the agenda is adjourning into executive session, and I would stand for a motion to adjourn into executive session pursuant to Idaho Code 742061D to consider records that are exempt from disclosure as provided in Chapter 1, Title 74 of Idaho Code.
So moved. Second.
Roll call. Victor. You can't hear him, yeah.
Brunner,
Yes.
Mucci,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Thank you. And thank you all for joining this evening. Appreciate it.